Really?
Just when we were
We
having
were just
fun.
getting into it.
Just when we were having fun. Golly day.
Swear to God.
I drink Centron and soda water if anybody cares. I was in the convenience store up the street there this morning getting the Red Bull and the water, and I almost bought a bottle of Centron.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ted Ginnity, and I'm coming to you from the beautiful shores of the St. Clair River in St. Clair, Michigan. We are about ready to get started with this race. One of the first things that we are going to do today is to have the float down and the national anthem from both the American side and the Canadian side, and we're going to have the Michigan flag up there on one of those boats also. So we're going to be watching this float down, and we're going to have a rendition of both the national anthems coming up here real shortly. After that gets over with, we're going to take a short break, and then we are going to be back to racing. Right now, racing is scheduled to start right about 12:30. We have some awesome lineup today. The boats are ready, the drivers are ready, and it is going to be some great racing here in beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. With me today is my good friend Mike Yowaski. He is going to be telling us all about what's happening on the race course, and we'll probably shoot the breeze a little bit and talk to a bunch of people and all the normal stuff you would expect to hear from one of these broadcasts. So we're really looking forward to it. Oh, there we are. Hi, Mike. How are
Hello,
you,
Ted.
buddy?
How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's a beautiful day here in St. Clair. The weather has so far cooperated with us. We may be looking at a few thunderstorms or something later on, but right now it's beautiful, it's cool, there's a little bit of a breeze, the water is pretty, and we're ready to go racing here in just a little bit.
Got the fireboat out there giving the towering spray show headed down the race course, along with what will be your three pace boats today: a 38 Cigarette Top Gun, a 33 Baja, and then a 38 Scarab. Three very, very distinct and cool boats as we get ready to go live for the national anthem.
Patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Awesome. I always love coming out here to hear that. We have a truly international race here today. There's a bunch of people over on the Canadian side who are going to be watching this. Of course, we have a fantastic crowd here in St. Clair, Michigan. This is probably the biggest event that they have all year long, and they're really looking forward to it. The OPA has brought a great set of boats out here, and we are going to have some great racing today. Mike, you got anything you want to add right this minute?
We're going to have 3 races today. The first race will start at about 12:30. Second race will be about 2 o'clock, and the third and final race will be at around 2:30. Again, these times can vary due to commercial traffic, storms, delays, anything like that we maybe get. In the first race, we're going to have Class 4, Class 5, and Class 7. In the second race, we're going to have Super Cat, Super V Light, and Class 6. And the third and final race of the day is going to have Extreme, Class 1, Super Stock, and Class 3. So 14 votes in the first race, 11 votes in the second race, and 9 votes in the third race. I do believe that the third race is probably going to be the one to watch with 4 Class 1 votes here in St. Clair. It's been a long time since we've had these. These are all mostly pleasure boats, with the only vote not being the pleasure would be Lightning Jack's, more set up as a race boat. But it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these guys race.
Mike, the Class 1 has been gone for a little bit. They are still limited by speed, by the GPSs, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later on as to how that works. But the Class 1 guys are all out here with some beautiful boats. We were looking at them in the pits. I have a couple of favorites, which I will leave, and but I would also say that I'm really looking forward to seeing Lightning Jacks back out on the water. They've taken a hiatus for a while, and it's great to see them racing again.
Lightning Jacks actually owns, I think it's 4 or 5 marinas back in the state of New Jersey, and they lost just about everything they owned when Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy hit. So it's good to see John and Josh back out here getting to race again. Very good friends, great people. So good to see them back. But I think Class 1's going to be good. You're going to have the Bat Boat in there. You're going to have, I can't remember the name of the other skater, Wicked Sensation, the Bat Boat, Team 27, and Lightning Jack. So 3 very, very competitive boats. 3 boats that are set up completely differently. 3 boats with completely different power packages. I think it's going to be a really great race.
And remember, those boats are going to be running over 100 miles an hour, so it's going to be a fantastic time watching them today. And I suspect that all of them are pretty excited to be in this race.
All right, in the first race, Class 4, let's go over our boats in that race, Ted.
All right, in Class 4, we are looking at boatfloater.com. Oh, no, I take that back. Where am I? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, Class 4, we have Simmons Marine with Jake Coons and Jim Simmons. Jim Simmons probably has just about as much time on the water racing boats as, anybody here. So they're going to be bringing out the Simmons Marine boat. And then we have Edward J. Painting with Dave Hunme and Rick Kotecki.
Edward J. Painting is a local boat here to the St. Clair area, actually right down the street in Harrison Township, Michigan. That's a unique boat, though. That boat actually came from overseas. There's a whole class of those single-engine, about 26-foot-long cat outboard boats. 1 engine, 2 people in it, and believe it or not, they're actually staggered inside the boat because it's so narrow they can't sit by side. They're not behind each other, but they're staggered. I think the driver, if I remember correctly, was a little bit further forward. He spent a lot of time with that boat, getting that boat ready to go. He painted it over the winter, re-rigged it. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does against the 34-foot Phantom. 2 very, very different setups. We always talk about the Cat V-bottom battle. This isn't even a real fair Cat V-bottom battle because that boat is so much smaller and the freeboard is so much less. And I think in any little bit of rough, the Phantom could be able to pull away from it. But it's flat out there right now. If it stays this flat all day, it could go in favor of Edward J. Painting.
Exactly. And the thing about OPA racing is that we have these speed classes. So in Class 4, they're going to be limited in speed to 85 miles an hour?
Yes.
Yeah, 85 miles an hour. Each boat is equipped with a GPS unit, and the GPS unit is recording what they're doing. If they break out of that speed limit, which is 85, then they would be moved to the back or disqualified, whatever the case may be. So what we have here is 2 completely different boats, 2 completely different time frames when they were built, 2 completely different setups, and yet they can race with one another, which is what has made the OPA so successful in that everybody can pretty much pick the boat that they want to run, build it for a specific class, and then come out here and compete with all these other boats.
While we pan around and we talk about all these boats, there are a lot of people that we have to thank, first off, that make this event happen, and you're seeing a lot of these boats come across the screen right now. Obviously, the Macomb County Sheriff's Department, instrumental with their assets out on the water. Before that, you saw the little Baja idling down in front of me right now. These are patrol boats, ladies and gentlemen. These are people that just volunteer their time. They come out and they help out with the boat races. They get to spend the day out on the water, and without these people of Blue Water Offshore, this race wouldn't be possible. So it's great to see these type people. The Macomb County Sheriff dragging something through the water on a boat pole, though.
Oh, that can't be good. It's not a
Maybe a log or something like that.
Well, as you know, Mike, one of the reasons we have all these patrol boats out here, not only to keep the racers safe, but also to make sure that there's nothing in the course that could cause a problem. Obviously, a boat hitting a log or a piece of debris at 80 or 90 miles an hour could do significant damage to the boat, and we want to avoid that at all costs.
And she's definitely got a fish on there. We'll call it a fish on since we don't quite know what it is. Maybe it's a tuna, maybe it's a marlin. You know, going to be kind of hard to tell. Oh, they're coming down in front of us now. What do we got there?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
She is working hard. She's got that thing lassoed up twice there with a rope and a boat pole.
Yeah.
All rise. Just a nice piece of wood there. Take that out, let it dry out. It'll be a good piece of driftwood to make some furniture out of later.
Well, I got to tell you, though, if somebody hits it, I would say it would probably put them well out of the race and possibly to the bottom. So it's a lucky thing they pulled that off.
Well, it probably rip the drive off. At speed, it would probably rip the drive off, and the boat could potentially sink. Always jealous of the Macomb County Sheriff's Department on their jet skis, getting to ride around all day. They usually run back and forth in front of the wall. So a very good time here in St. Clair, Michigan. All right, the second start in the first race is going to be Class 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Class 5 is going to be probably one of the best battles out here. Just a great group of guys, all of them very, very experienced, especially with Whoa Mama. You're looking at Ruster. Are You Faster is going to be in the group. Was Up 2, obviously a Class 6 boat that moved up to Class 5 a couple of years ago. Very, very competitive group here. And in just a few minutes, we'll review the points. Remember, this is for points, right? They are running for a national championship this weekend. This is the third race of the series. In 2 weeks, they go to Port Huron, sorry. I couldn't think of that there. Port Huron, then it's off to Fall River, then it's Ocean City, Maryland, and then it will be Englewood Beach, Florida. So this is for national championship. We'll pull up the points here, discuss that just a little bit later, but you're going to have Rendell Powerboats won a race. This is a very cool thing. This is a bat boat. We always talk about these guys. You can actually rent this boat and race it. Go to rendell1design.com. Specialized Racing, Mark Gallagher and Ty Edmonds in the boat today. Ty Edmonds filling in as the navigator in the boat, so it's going to be a lot of fun there. Specialized Racing took a time off also. A very different boat in Class 5 being a twin outboard setup. They tend to have a little bit more of acceleration, but they don't have the top end that some of the bigger block 540 cubic inch motors will have. Was Up 2, obviously one of the favorites in the class. Was Up 2, Anthony Smith, Boomer Smith on board. They have a lot of experience in that boat. That boat's very fast, formerly known as Papa Dukes. Coastal Boat Sales, Alan Wright and Josh Wall. Josh will be pulling double duty, racing in Lightning Jackson Class 1. Coastal Boat Sales, Midwest Boat Party, Mike Wright and Brian Conley on board. These guys are out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri in a Warlock hull. Ruster, the 30-foot superboat, EJ and Mark Salmon on board. Up from, Ken. I'm sorry, I can't read today, I guess. It's not my day for that, I don't think. But those guys based out of Lake George, New York, a Saris Racing package setup. Very competitive boat. Ted, you actually owned one of those 30-foot superboats a couple of years ago. That's a good boat right there.
Yeah, it works out really well as a pleasure boat, but actually they really shine when it comes to these races. These 30-foot superboats run in Class 5 normally with a little bit more power, obviously, than I ran. But when you get into the rough, as you know, Mike, there's not a whole lot you're going to find out there better. And John and the boys up there at Superboat make a heck of a hull.
And Saris Racing builds a great engine. In fact, EJ wants to beat up on some Saris Kryptonite one day, he said. So that'll be interesting. Last but not least, Whoa Mama. Dante and Mike on board that boat. Another Kryptonite hull. Going to be a very good racing Class 5. Definitely going to have some fun. And then you have Class 7. Class 7 are the little boats, the single-engine outboards, anywhere from 20 to 23 feet in length with one outboard engine, anywhere from 200 to 300 horsepower. We have Little Squirt, Jason and Joel Zotecki, Bayrat, Peter Gilbreth, and Lou
Mastratuano.
Terribly sorry. We're going to butcher a lot of names today, so we feel bad for that. On a mission, Ken Bird. Hanging and Banging, Joe Hughes and P.J. Kennedy, and Done Deal, Hugh B. Lowe and Steve Papp going to round out Class 7. Now, we talked about speed brackets, right? Class 7 is going to be bracketed to 60 miles an hour. What that means is they can get to 60 miles an hour as fast as they want, but they cannot go over 60 miles an hour, and it's monitored by GPS Frank. Frank Veach, he is the GPS coordinator for OPA. Once they get to that 60, they got to stay right there. If they go out, then they're going to be disqualified and get in last place. So even if you're running second, third, fourth, fifth place, you're going to have to always be looking towards the front because you don't know if that boat broke out in front of you. In Class 5, they're bracketed to 75 miles an hour, and in Class 4, they're bracketed to 85 miles an hour. So again, these speeds broken down just a little bit, and monitored by GPS. Keeps the racing kind of fair. Like you said, lets people race many different type boats.
Absolutely, and the affordability factor when it comes into this racing, it allows almost anybody, obviously, who can afford to build a boat and come out here and race. They don't have to get into a big economic battle trying to make the fastest or the bestest boat. And quite frankly, what it's done is it's kept a lot of the older hulls out here racing. Some of the boats that are going to be out here racing are 10, 12, 15 years old.
Yeah.
They've got newer technology when it comes to their power plants and whatnot. But in general, the boats can be fairly old, reliable, ready to go, a lot of miles on them. They know the boats. They're comfortable in the boats. God knows some of these boats have many, many, many miles on them from, for racing, pleasure, whatever.
Mm-hmm. In Class 7, your points leader right now is Bayrat, boat 723. They have about a 16-point lead. I'm sorry, a 15-point lead over Hangin' and Bangin'. Hangin' and Bangin' is probably one of the most consistent boats out in this class. It's going to be green and black. They're very, very fast, very consistent. But Bayrat always manages to pull it out at the end. In Class 5, your points leader is going to be Was Up 2, the green boat. Anthony and Boomer Smith on board. Warner Race is in second. And Reinforcer, sorry, just got a text. Reinforcer is in third. Reinforcer is not here this weekend. Roughster in fourth. Look for Roughster and Was Up, I think, to be really the top two boats in Class 5. Those guys are going to be fast, but you can't count on anybody else. We're going to talk about some favorites. We're going to talk about people that we know. We're going to talk about the boats that are fast, but we're definitely not trying to rule anybody out. Ted and I have been doing this for a long time. We're very good friends with all these guys, and we don't want to be chastised for not saying the right thing.
All right, Mike, right now we're going to take a couple of minutes. We're going to run over to Gene Boyd. They did a few tests for the guys the other day. We're going to show the people how that works, some of our safety protocols that are in place. And we're going to be back very shortly, everybody. Probably right about 12:30, we're going to get this broadcast started with the actual racing going on.
Hi, this is Gene Boyd with CTV, bringing you Andy Garizimo with OPA. So, Andy, how have you been?
I've been doing good, looking forward for the race this year.
All right, fantastic. So, tell us what you do here.
I am in charge of the safety, both for all of the drivers and the divers, and we're doing testing here today at the St. Clair Pool, in which we also work with the divers and they get them ready for the upcoming races that are coming on, whether it's here, Port Huron, or down to the Gold Cup this year.
All right, that's absolutely fantastic. And you said you worked for OPA, right?
Yes.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Well, since OPA's been in existence, about 12, 13 years, but I've been doing this for 42 years with the American Powerboat Association.
Wow, so you're definitely a rookie then, huh?
Yes, definitely a rookie.
All right, so please, tell us what's going on over there, will you?
Okay, well, what we're doing here is we're putting the drivers through the capsule, and we turn the drivers over in the capsule, and this is a self-extrication class. Okay?
Self-extrication class?
Yes.
Okay.
That means that we're teaching the drivers how to get out of their canopied boats by themselves if they're coherent.
All right, sounds good.
If they're not coherent, then the divers also know how to go and pull them out and get them up to safety.
All right, sounds good. And so while the race is going on, where will you be stationed?
I will either be on the at race control or up in the helicopter. The years that we have the helicopter, I'm usually up in the helicopter, doing race control from up there, and Bob Courier is down at race control down here in St. Clair. So, we relay back and forth, especially if we have an incident on the water. We take care of it in the most shortest time possible.
All right. So, given that the worst does happen, how quickly can you get to somebody?
Usually, we can get in this race course, we could get to somebody inside of 15 to 20 seconds.
That is honestly impressive. I've been a lifeguard for about 6 years now, and that's where I started off, and that's the ideal time that I want to get to with someone when they're in trouble, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I started out when I was 15 years old as a lifeguard.
Same here.
I grew up on the water. I could swim before I could walk, and so I just years ago when I started racing myself. We needed a safety team, and so I volunteered in, and I've been volunteering ever since.
All right, it seems like it's really paid off for you. This is incredible work, and St. Clair absolutely salutes you for what you do. You're a man of honor, and thank you so much for what you do.
Yep, we do the best that we can, and I've had a pretty good track record, and I want to keep it that way.
Good, thank you so much. All right, thank you, Andy. It's been a pleasure interviewing you, and this has been Gene Boyd with CTV. Back to you guys. All right.
All right, well, there's some of the nuts and bolts of what we do here. We've got a whole bunch of shots to show you all day long about some of the behind the scenes. We're going to have some racer interviews and whatnot. I do have to get started here today, though, and thank some of our sponsors. We wouldn't be able to broadcast this out to you without having we would not be able to That's fine. That's fine. We would not have the way to do this, really, quite frankly, without having our great sponsors. We want to thank LaCroix's Riverside Pub. They're down here in St. Clair, an awesome place, a great place to just hang out with your friends, and they have some great food, and are obviously as welcoming as any of the places here in town. And Beware Lumber. Beware Lumber has been sponsoring this broadcast for years, and we really appreciate it. They're a huge sponsor and a huge supporter of the race, so we would like to thank them. We will be talking about our different sponsors all through the day today, but we wanted to start knocking them out there because, quite frankly, without their help, we wouldn't be here. Mike, what do you think? Should we take a couple of minutes and we'll let them see the beautiful race course here, and then we'll come back and get started?
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right, everybody, we will see you just about 12:30. The racing should be getting started. All the prep's in place right now. They're putting the boats in the water, and we should be ready to go. We will see you shortly right here on OPA Broadcast TV.
Foster Blue Water Oil, founded in January of 2003 with the merger of two Michigan companies, Foster Oil Company and Blue Water Oil Company. Combined, they offer over 75 years of experience in the petroleum industry. Foster Blue Water Oil, along with our affiliates Blue Flame Propane, Sunrise Convenience Stores, Blue Water Oil Transport, and My Choice Energy, can accommodate any and all of your energy needs. Foster Blue Water Oil.
Max, that's Henry Ford Community College, established in 1938 and offering over 100 associate degrees. Look, Max, Greenfield Village. I went there when I was a kid. Great education. What foresight? What other manufacturer can take credit for that? Aren't you proud to be a Ford dealer, Max?
AZ Plan customers lease a 2016 Ford Mustang only $269 per month with $25.19 cash due at signing.
Murphy Inn, Restaurant, Spirits Hotel, all in St. Clair. Before or after the game, stop at Murphy Inn. Different specials every day. Happy hour 2 to 6 daily, and 7 vintage hotel rooms. Half off large pizza every Monday, karaoke on Wednesday and Saturday, live music on Thursday and Friday. Murphy Inn has private dining area for showers and family parties. Murphy Inn, Restaurant, Spirits Hotel in St. Clair since 1836. Since 1989, Pepper Joe's on the banks of the Pine River in beautiful St. Clair has been serving great food. The menu features all-American fare with something for everyone, even the kiddos. Pickle nugs, little golden nuggets of our dill pickles, carved turkey club, and fried mac and cheese burger. Just some of the great food at Pepper Joe's on the Pine River in St. Clair. Happy to support OPA racing along the St. Clair River. Henry H. Smith Company of Algonac, Michigan is happy to be one of the sponsors of this year's OPA race from the St. Clair River. Henry H. Smith Company, marine drive specialist since 1900. Whatever your need is, propeller service, new propeller, hardware service, marine hardware, Henry H. Smith has the experience and the reputation to solve your marine need. Check us out at henrysmith.com. The racing tradition continues with Henry H. Smith's commitment to performance services. Another hometown favorite is LaCroix's Riverside Pub. Great food, great times, great fun. Entertainment weekly and daily food specials. Sheila and Shelley LaCroix always make you feel welcome. Come for lunch or dinner. You'll enjoy yourself and see old friends and have such a great time. LaCroix's Riverside Pub on Clinton Avenue.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are on the air here from beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. My name is Ted Ginnity with my partner Mike Yawoski. We are going to bring you the 2016 St. Clair River Classic. Mike, the weather today is beautiful. All the people are out here on the seawall. They're all ready to see some great racing. We've been talking a little bit about it already. I heard that the helicopter is in the air, so we should be just about ready to get started.
Yeah, they were going to pull the boats off of the wall inside the Pine River just about 12:30. I can actually see Pace Boat 3 right down to my right, that bright-colored Baja. What they're going to do is they're going to get the boats out of the Pine River. They're going to take them on a full parade lap, so they go all the way up to the top of the course, turns 1 and 2. They'll come down the back straightaway of the course, and then they'll mill at the bottom around turn 3 and 4. What mill means is a pace boat will sit in the middle, and the race boats will do a counterclockwise circle around the pace boat until the yellow flag comes up. Once the yellow flag comes up, the pace boat will get up to speed just about 25, 30 miles an hour. Let everybody get lined up. They want to make sure all the boats have a fair starting position. Once the starter on board the boat feels that they're in the position, they'll throw up the green flag and they'll go to racing. I was just speaking to Bob Courier in race control just before this race started. These are going to be very, very quick starts, meaning that they're not going to mill for a very long time. They're trying to base this on the commercial freighter traffic that we have to pause the races for. He wants to try and get these done as quick as he can. There's the Rendell 1 design, boat number 502. Won a race.
And that boat, by the way, is for rent. If you want to come out here and see what it's like to race an offshore powerboat, you can buy a seat in that boat. And Chris Rendell will help you live your offshore hero dreams.
I think Nemo texted me earlier from the U.S. Virgin Islands down there, so he knows what it's like to go run one of those boats. Want to congratulate Chris. Lost some weight. Didn't recognize him at the first race of the season down in Point Pleasant Beach.
Yeah, he's I don't know what his secret is, but I think I could use a little bit of that, Mike. We've got Angel 1 in the air, so he is checking out the course right now, going to make sure that everything looks safe. All of the safety boats are in place, all the medical boats are in place. And once he gives the okie dokie, then we're going to get racing.
Ted, you and I have an experience in one of those bat boats, albeit it was a short-lived one. We do have an experience in it.
Yeah. The only thing we could add to the boat, I think, is a defogger, Mike.
Yes, yes. The beer wasn't even kept cold. There you see Done Deal. That'll be a Class 7 entry with QB Lowe and Steve Papp on board.
Coming all the way up here from Maryland. Nice to see them getting out here and trying to thrash it out with the other Class 7 guys.
A couple South County boys, just like us, South Anne Arundel County, way to represent in the house. There you see Coastal Boat Sales, Alan Wright, Josh Wall on board. Don't forget, Josh Wall will be pulling double duty in Lightning Jacks later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. I should mention, by the way, that the racing today is being brought to you. One of our great sponsors is the Murphy Inn. Mike and I are veterans of the Murphy Inn. We have spent quite a bit of quality time at our special table in the corner of the Murphy Inn.
Yes, our good friend Chris Campbell. Chris and Bonnie Campbell, good friends. Always manage to find a new shot when we come up here at Murphy's Inn, and this year it was applesauce. Believe it or not, very good. If you want it, Google applesauce. You'll really enjoy it. There is pace boat number, I believe that was pace boat number 1, the 38-foot cigarette Top Gun.
Absolutely, number 1. He today is going to be bringing out the Class 4 boats in this first race. Class 4 consists of Simmons Marine, that beautiful Phantom with Jim Simmons and Jake Coons in it. And then Edward J. Painting, which is Dave Hunme, and I hope I don't screw up his name too bad, and Rick Kotecki, which is a Yucca catamaran.
Yes, one of those European boats.
That thing looks like it's a lot of fun, Mike, but it's a little cramped. I'm not sure you'd want to, take somebody on a date in it.
There is Simmons, 34-foot Phantom, twin HP 500 horsepower Mercury Blue racing motors. Jim Simmons owns Simmons Marine down in Ohio. Very, very busy repair shop, very well known down there. You'll recognize that boat and the Octane boat coming out in the Super V Light class. They actually stack themselves on top of each other when they tow them down the road. It's a very, very impressive sight to see. The smaller boat sits on top of the bigger boat. So Class 4, do miss Perdition. Wish they were out here with us today. Saris, wish Saris was down here joining us today. But Going to be a great battle between Simmons and Marine. I'm really interested to see what Edward J. Painting can do. He's got a year on the boat now. He's done a lot of testing, tuning, and adjusting, making things right. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep up with Simmons. I know that Simmons had some mechanical difficulties yesterday. They were inside the engine compartment for a few hours trying to get some stuff dialed in. There I see Whoa Mama, the green kryptonite. There is Roughster, or Are You Faster, the 30-foot Y2K superboat. Missing the Cohens this weekend. Not sure where Cisco is. Actually, I forget who told me, but I think Cohen Jr. broke his arm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he was out there running a pleasure boat, and they hit a wave rung, if I remember correctly, and broke his arm.
Well, that would figure because he's raced many, many, many races and been perfectly fine. And
Yes.
then you go out on a pleasure boat, and that's how it works.
You're exactly right. So the guys, so what's going to happen now is they're going to wait for all the boats to come out of the Pine River. They will get up on plane. They will head up the course, do their full parade lap. There is a bit of a different rule this year in OPA racing. You're no longer allowed to break out of your speed brackets on your pace lap. In years past, the guys would try and go really fast, try and find the lines, go a little bit faster than they're allowed. This year, they have to stay at the speed bracket. In the past 2 years in racing Class 6, we would always want to stay back to the back, stay out of the whitewater, stay out of the trouble, and then get down to the mill later. But it's all in preference, but they'll run their full parade lap as they come out of the Pine River. There I see Class 7 that's on a mission.
The boats out there today are missing the Class 6 boats. When we see them a little bit later on, are missing one of the great representatives, Maxed Out Motorsports, which Mike you raced all year last year. Sorry to see you guys not out here right now, but things happen. So we're hoping that if you get another seat, well, I love having you here in this seat, but if you're going to get another race seat, I guess we'll see what happens.
No, it was a good time raced here. Last year, we had the orange shirts, and I think the orange shirts with the bad luck juju. We heard our motor here last year and got it back together to racing time for Key West last year. So you'll see the yellow flags deployed. There is Bayrat. Ted will tell you a story about Bayrat. This is something I didn't even know.
So Superstorm Sandy was terrible for most of the people in New Jersey. But apparently, small bit of silver lining, the Bayrat boat showed up in a yard.
Not like a boat yard.
No, in a yard, in a front yard. And apparently they decided, well, you know what? This thing is pretty much done as a pleasure boat. Why don't we make it into a race boat? So they got it. They found a motor that would work on it. They slapped the two together, and they went racing. And just to show you how this all works, right now, Bayrat is the high points leader for the nation for all of the classes. He's obviously leading Class 7, but he is also leading all of the class in high points champion.
Yeah, so that's it's a bit of a different story there, but Peter's a good guy. They do a great job. Very competitive class. That's a really, really hard class to run. Talked to Jay Waltman earlier in the season, and he said, I really like Class 7, but it's hard because the outboards don't have the acceleration. They're top-end motors. They're meant to scream at the top, so they would have to carry their speed more around the corners. And he said you would just have to be a little crazier going to the corners because you would just have to hold it to the wood just a little bit longer. But Class 7 is a great introductory class. You can get a 22-foot velocity, a 22-foot Scarab, a boat like Bayrat, which is called a K&K Ghost. We've got a Kryptonite. We've got a Red Line. We've got an Activator. A lot of different things you could do. You could put a single outboard engine in the back of it. Jason and Joel Zoltecki built a 22-foot Velocity, put a 200-horsepower XP Johnson, or Evinrude, I believe, on the back of that boat. And they're very competitive. They do a great job out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. So Class 7, it's a lot of fun. A little more fun in the ocean when it's rougher and you lose sight of them in the waves, but nonetheless, a good time all the way across the board.
Yeah.
I'm
Brad. Hey, Brad, what's up?
Brad Kowalski.
Yeah. Actually, Brad.
Brian Kowalski's in charge of the pits.
Yeah, Brian's running things around here, but we'll have to figure out who Brad is because, apparently they've already put you back into a boat, Mike, and I'm going to have to work with Brad. Hello, Brad.
Good news there. We'll give a shout-out. Phil Hauk from Bull on the Beach just texted me. Want to congratulate Phil. They just bought a race boat. I know it's up in Jersey getting some work done to it right now. Looking forward to seeing Jim and Bob and Selmo get back out on the race course and Always got to shout out to Phil, man. You know, good guy, always very supportive of the Ocean City races, and Crab Alley, Bull on the Beach, good places to eat down there.
Absolutely. When you come to Ocean City for the national championships this year, absolutely, Bull on the Beach and Crab Alley are the places that everybody congregates, and the food is great. And Phil has been a great host down there for many, many, many years.
All right, so we're still must be waiting for a boat to come out of the Pine River. Don't know if there was some sort of a mechanical issue or what's going on in the Pine River, but that may be part of the stall. Remember, this is why we always say the schedule is tentative, so to speak. You know, sometimes there can be a delay and you wouldn't even know it, but the weather looks to be holding off. I know around 12 o'clock there was about a 60 or 70% chance of storms, but a couple of the locals told us the storms just kind of go right around St. Clair. They don't even really hit it sometimes.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of great things to like about St. Clair, and certainly when we've been here, the weather has been fantastic in many cases. Today is no exception. I think all the people who are up there on the at the carnival and up on the street fair are having a great time, and certainly enjoying the weather here at. And by the way, while we're talking about it, and obviously I got time to fill here, we really want to thank all the help from Rivers Bend Marina. Ed Smith at Rivers Bend has been a huge sponsor of this race and of this broadcast, and we want to thank him. We'll be talking about more of that later.
Got to mention Julie and Sean, though. Got to mention Julie and Sean.
Absolutely. And Julie pretty much makes sure this whole race thing happens in many cases.
Yeah, there is pace boat number 3, Bob and Donna Owens on board. They're going to be leading the boats up the course. There goes Simmons Marine. This is always a good time. Oh, look at that. We have the president of the Offshore Performance Association, Ed Smitty Smith, sitting down to join us.
Hi, Smitty, can you hear us?
Hello, Michael. How are you?
What's up?
We got a little bit of noise going by right now. All the boats are moving out into their parade lap. They are going to go all the way up to turn 1 and 2, come around in a clockwise pattern. Everybody right now is just sort of feeling out the water a little bit. They're also looking at the course. They want to find out what they're going to see. And some of these guys have not raced here before, so obviously they want to see exactly where that turn is. Smitty, you've run this course a bunch of times. Tell us about what happens on these turns, because I know it's totally different from the north side of the course to the south side of the course when you come around these turns.
Yeah, the river runs north to south here. So the north turn, as you're going around it, the current actually pulls you right around the turn and actually assists you in that top turn. The bottom turn does quite the opposite. As you're coming around the turn, the current's trying to push you away, which makes that bottom turn pretty tricky down there.
So on these smaller Class 7 boats, where the current could really get a hold of a lighter boat like that, they're really going to have an issue coming in and around that bottom turn.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful down there. I mean, fortunately, they don't run the big speeds that some of the other boats do, but don't be misled. I mean, these boats are very, very hard to handle in any kind of chop.
Well, you get some whirlpools down there at that bottom end of the corner, too, because that's where the Pine River comes back in. So there'll actually be some swirling action going on, too. And the boat can do some tricky things in that corner, aside from just push away from it. It can jut back in or dart out a little bit, depending on what the whirlpool does. So it's a very dynamic race course here.
Yeah, you look out there and you see how calm it is and you say, wow, this is going to be a walk in the park. It's far from it. When you're generating that kind of speed and you're up and flying, there's things here that'll just pop up out of nowhere. You really have to be on your toes here.
Smitty, Edward J. Painting. That's an interesting boat.
Yeah, that's came from overseas. They brought that over here hoping to maybe get a few more come to the country and start a class. It runs, he's got it running up over 100, which is pretty good for that little cat.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see how that runs, although
it's like the cat outboard version of a bat boat.
Yeah, with a really big tunnel in it.
Yeah, right?
Looks like he's turning around, though. We may have an issue with him. He may be having an engine issue or something of that nature. He didn't go by us very fast. He may be trying to get something straight and then head directly for the mill. He really doesn't have to do that parade lap, so they may have something in mind. We're going to have to keep an eye on him and see if he actually goes down to the mill or whether he turns back into our pit area, which is in the Pine River.
I can see water coming out of the engine. That means it's peeing. It's got water pressure, so it's probably not overheating.
Well, we're hearing that they're having a heat issue is what they reported to race control. So it's possible that even they may have, as you know, they may have a bad sensor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, or worst case scenario, good old garbage bag wrapped around the lower unit.
Yes, that happened on my center console. It melted all the anti-seize out of the head bolts. It was awesome.
I do love the smell of race fuel in the morning, though.
Yes. So, Smitty, your son was telling me they've got a nice little high revving engine package in the little green boat today.
Well, I kind of protested against that. We put a different gear ratio in it and different prop on it, and they decided they were going to turn that motor up in the 8,000 range. And I don't know what success they're going to have with that. It'll either be really, really good or really, really, really bad.
Well,
that's Phil Houck.
It's probably people know who are watching this, but we should say that when you do set up on a boat, you can change a million different things and end up right back in the same spot you were. Or you can change just one little thing and end up with a couple of miles an hour, and that can make all the difference in the world at the end of a race.
Yeah, I mean, what they went after was to put a little more acceleration in the boat, which then requires a smaller wheel, which then requires excess RPM. Here, if you set your boat up for 75 miles an hour, you need to have 80 miles an hour in order to maintain 75 against this current.
Right.
So when they're going up the hill here is when they're going to be way up into the red line of that tachometer. So we'll probably be towing it home and getting ready for Port Huron.
His plan was to get out to an early lead, and then he was going to kind of speed check everybody, is what he told me, and do what he needed to do. But he swore he was going to try and save the engine package.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I've actually seen that boat go airborne on the takeoff. So now it's going to, if he's trying to get more acceleration out of it, he's probably actually going to, fly the first 30 or 80 feet?
Yeah, the funny story is Class 6 began as a beginner's class, and then some of those boats moved up into Class 5. What people don't realize is these little 24-foot boats are boasting 850, 900 horse now. So it's not, their game isn't how fast can I go, it's how fast can I get there.
Right. So you got a wheelie bar on the back of the green boat now, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
And Mike, you dealt with that on your boat when you were racing. Obviously, getting out in front and then just sort of holding your line because you're speed limited. Is that usually the strategy that most of you would take, or how does that work? Or do you hang back a little bit and hope that somebody will bobble, make a mistake?
I mean, Smitty, you'll agree, you never want to hang back. I mean, you want to be out in the front, you want to be able to lead. The hardest thing that I found about bracket racing is that you can't get that extra speed to make that pass. In motocross or NASCAR racing, you have your speed, you can get that extra power just to tuck up to the inside. But if you're running at 69.5, 69.6, 69.7, you can't go a lot faster. And as much as you want to jump out and go catch those guys, you got to maintain it. And when I raced with Smith Brothers back in Lotto just about a month ago, we faced the same situation. The little velocity came around the outside of us, and probably got a little excited and broke out of the speed bracket. It's very hard to do. It takes a lot of concentration, and a lot of guys that are new to the sport always say, man, I really struggle with that. That's really hard to do, and you can attest to that.
It is. It's very difficult. Really, the only way you can catch somebody is through the corners. Making a little better time through the corner, getting a little better line. It's cool because it really hones their skills.
Yes.
As far as trying to find the speed.
Now, back in the day, all of the old school racers say, well, we want to race long courses, we want to race ocean courses, we want to race speed unlimited, blah, 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 which is all well and good. But it seems that your formula of having these bracketed boats has brought all kinds of different boats to the show, has allowed all kinds of guys who maybe couldn't put together a spec class package, but they're still out here racing, they're still out here having a good time, and quite frankly, they're still out here winning on a regular basis.
Yeah, well, our philosophy's always been, listen, Major League Baseball has Little League Baseball. Otherwise, there would be no Major League Baseball. So.
Right.
You need to have these beginning classes for guys to come in and start, and already a number of them have moved up through the ranks and bought bigger boats,
Yeah.
Funny story, one of the boats that's out there called Bay Rat, the boat washed up in his backyard in Hurricane Sandy upside down. He flipped it over, put it on a trailer, and showed up at the race with his outboard motor in the back of his pickup truck. We bolted it up for him, and he hasn't missed a race since.
Yeah.
He's currently the points leader in that class, so if you really want to go racing, you could probably rip the bathtub off your floor and we let you go run it.
Well, that's kind of what Class 7 is.
Would that safety spec out? Are there safety specs on a bathtub?
I think we could probably work something out.
All right, well, we'll look it up in the rule book.
You're supposed to hide in there in the event of a tornado, so they have to be pretty strong.
Got to be safe, absolutely. Now, would you take a dunker test or would you take like a scrub test for that?
Maybe a crash test or something.
Crash test, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Smitty, while we wait for the start, tell us about the remainder of the schedule for the OPA series.
Well, we've got a week off, and then we go up to Port Huron, Michigan, which, as you know, is only a couple miles up the road. and which is another great Michigan site. From there, I think we have 2-3 weeks off. We go to Fall River, Massachusetts, where we run right in the Naval Maritime Museum along the battleships and submarines and all, which is really cool site. It'll be our second year there. And then from there, I think we're going over to Lake Apacong, New Jersey, which is NASCAR's version of Martinsville.
Short track race.
Short track. No need to go straight. You're going left the whole time.
Yes.
And it's a lot of fun. And, the bigger boats struggle there because it is so small. But, these little guys work just as hard to get to the events as the guys with the big boats do. And that's where they shine. That's their race course there,
And Jay Muller does a great job as long as the lake level isn't too high. We dealt with that a couple of years ago back down there at Lake Hopatcong.
Yes, we did. I guess once the water gets too high, they're afraid of dock damage with us running around in there. But hopefully we'll get through that this year.
And then Ocean City,
Maryland, another Maryland race. You local boys down there. Fantastic site. And then once we roll out of there, down to Englewood, Florida. I think we have a start coming, gentlemen.
All right, as we come up, here is the green flag for Class 4. You're looking at Simmons Marine. They jump out to the early lead. But Edward J. Painting only maybe 50 yards behind him. Let's see if Edward J. Painting can carry speed through the corners just a little bit better. Yeah, Simmons Marine, a 34-foot Phantom. Edward J. Painting, a Yucca.
Now, the one thing about that Cat is he probably can turn a little bit tighter than that Simmons Marine boat. I mean, Simmons obviously has a lot of experience in that boat, and he can make a nice turn, but just the design of that Cat alone is going to help him carry these turns very
Smitty,
well.
we'll go through the second start, which will be Class 5. Once I'm done, I do want to talk to you about the parity of that class a little bit, because that's a really, really different two groups of boats right there. 1,000 horsepower in one and 300 horsepower on the other one, and how Rick thinks he's going to keep up with Simmons, because Simmons is a fast boat.
Right.
As we look down the course, we see Class 5. This is going to be a good race. Still the yellow flag on the pace boat. And there is the green flag. We have a start in Class 5. Coming across the start-finish line. Wow, look at the acceleration. Womama Bat Boat was up 2. Specialized all the way on the outside. Womama looks like they jump into the early lead, but Coastal Boat Sales giving them a run up the inside. We look at Specialized.
And Midwest Boat Party.
We'll see what Smitty, they're hanging tight into that first corner. Going to have to maintain their lanes.
Yeah, don't worry. They're a bunch of trained professionals. They'll be just fine.
Yeah, Mark Gallagher I don't think Mark Gallagher is a trained professional sometimes. Love the guy to death, but I don't think of a trained professional. I think of Mark Gallagher.
Here come your Class 7 boats. They have a green flag start.
Little tight there in the middle. Hanging and banging Bayrat, Ken Bird, and on a mission back in the back there. There's Dundeel and Jason and Joel Zoltecki in Little Squirt. Little Squirt had the pole.
Now, Smitty, tell us a little bit. We talked about them maintaining a lane coming into the turns. What do they have to do? What goes on with these boats as they come into these turns?
Well, we assign them lanes. What we do is we reverse the finishing order of the prior event. And it's just safer going through, at least just for the first turn, to keep them all lined up and try and avoid any bumper boats.
Gotcha.
Simmons Marines heads down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. A good time to talk about Edward J. Painting in that Yucca boat. Smitty, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, it almost doesn't seem like a fair comparison, those two boats running together.
It's just the efficiency of the hulls. These catamarans pack a lot of air under the tunnel, makes them very, very light. And with very little power, they're extremely fast. I mean, I wouldn't count him out. Simmons is real good. He's got a lot of seat time. But last year that cat ran here, and every lap he ran, he got a little better and a little better.
Yeah, and this is good water for him. A little confused, flat water, but he'll be able to get up on top of this pretty comfortably. Coastal Boat Sales is your leader in Class 5. There is Ruster in second, Are You Faster, and Was Up 2 in third. Smitty looks about, 2 feet away from splitting the distance between Ruster and Was Up 2 down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I don't see him. I don't know where they... Oh, I see him. Okay, yeah, no, they got a pretty good run coming down the backstretch.
Sorry, I was watching the monitor. You guys were looking live out on the course. There is Edward J. Painting, second boat in Class 5, or Class 4, rather.
Now, Simmons still has a little bit of a lead over him, although he's hanging in there pretty good. So we're going to have to watch that race pretty closely. It's just going to take a little bit of bobble on Simmons' part, although that doesn't typically happen with Jim. But a little bit of a bobble, and we're going to have a pretty close race here, I think.
You saw one of the crew members look behind him. He's kind of checking around to see where the Edward J. Painting boat was. And Smitty, we know that Simmons is not afraid to turn that Phantom. He will turn that boat on a dime and throw it into a corner. Coastal Boat Sales is your leader going into turns 3 and 4. It looks like was up 2 on the outside. Roughster in the middle of all that.
Well,
Roughster had to jump to the outside.
The one benefit that Roughster has is he's a little bit bigger, being a 30-foot superboat, so he can take a little bit more of the rough water if he gets into their wakes or whatever. You can see him coming across now, trying to find a better line on that.
Well, that's interesting because a lot of those boats appeared to have squared up the corner. You saw Midwest Boat Party tucked to the inside, Specialized tucked to the inside. It may have not been too good for Roughster. Coastal Boat Sales is your leader in Class 5. Was up 2, now in second. There is Roughster in third. As they come across the start-finish line, pulling tape for lap number 1.
Yeah, we should talk about that, by the way, the high-tech counting device when these guys are counting laps. Basically what they're going to do is have a set of pieces of tape on the dashboard. As the driver or the throttleman, whoever's supposed to pull it, goes by the finish line, they're supposed to pull off the tape. Now, that doesn't always happen, though, does it, Smitty?
Well, we have the RU Faster boat out there that led the Atlantic City race. Was it? I think it was Atlantic City race, or Atlantic City, wire to wire.
Yeah.
And turned in to start finish, all hooting and hollering and carrying on, and the whole fleet went by and ran one more lap.
I think Randy and Typhoon did the same thing, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, you know, Randy will follow the leader, so he just rolled right in with him.
That is true. Here is Class 7. Looks like Done Deal in the lead on the outside. That's Bayrat way outside. Smitty, look at those boats. They are getting tossed around in turns 3 and 4. Done Deal is your leader. Oh, maybe not. Oh, hanging and banging.
Yeah, now he's got that relieved outboard on there. At least he makes a little bit of noise, which is kind of cool for a race boat to actually, you know, snarl a little bit as it goes by.
Hanging and Banging is probably one of the best put together boats in Class 7. Those guys have put a ton of time and money and effort into that boat. They are your leaders in Class 7. But if we pan out just a little bit, Done Deal is right there, about a rooster tail length behind, and they look to be pulling on them just a little bit in second place. This is the battle for third. On a mission, Little Squirt and Bayrat as we go back to Done Deal and Hanging and Banging, first and second in Class 7.
Really close racing on those boats. They don't have the acceleration. They have to keep their speed up, and they don't want to back off, so they're going to run deck to deck all day long.
As they head into turns 1 and turns 2, we talked about the current earlier today. It's about 7 miles an hour downstream. So when they're running up the river, Smitty, about 7 miles an hour pushing back on the boat. When you come back down, it's like a downhill breeze with 7 miles an hour pushing you further. Really hard in the bracket class racing because you've got to, and especially out of turns 1 and 2, I remember there being like a little acceleration hole right there where the boat would kind of break up a little bit, and you really had to be aware of that or you would break out.
Yeah, and there's a spot on the water right over here by the salt piles on that side. There's a 2-3 mile an hour pickup right through there, you know, and it'll definitely mess up your game. But I give these guys a lot of credit. I've tried to run that bracket thing with Boomer a couple of times, and I just can't. There's no way I can do it, you know. But they do it, and they do it well. Hats off to all those teams.
Well, they just put you on as wheel monkey anyway, right? You
don't
actually get to throttle anything.
They just make the old man happy once in a while, you know.
Right. Just turn the wheel, old man. Just do what we tell you to do.
Daddy, give me some more 116 octane.
Yeah, we saw that in the back of the truck all night last night. All right, there's Class 5. Coastal Boat Sales is your leader in Class 5. Was up 2 in second. There is RU Faster. A little bit of separation now in this group. Remember the first time they came through this corner, they were kind of bunched up a little bit together, but now they've managed to get separated out a little bit. Coastal Boat Sales, kind of an interesting situation there. Number 5 with a crash box on a 24-foot Pantera.
Yeah, I mean, that boat there was Scotty Begovich's original boat that he raced back in the day before he became the king of Geico Racing. And it's been through a few hands. Nick Scafidi down in Florida raced it with the big drive on there.
That's right, yep.
Another team owned it. Josh picked it up now. He's doing a great job with it.
Now they're pulling tape on lap number 2. Class 5 is going to run 9 laps, and Class 5, 7 laps, and Class 4, 10 laps. So we're going to try and keep tab of all those. Smitty, what are Boomer and Anthony thinking right now? You know, they wanted to save that motor and not – this is the exact position they did not want to be in right here.
Yeah, you can plan all you want prior to the race, and all that goes out the window as soon as that green flag flies. Right now they're chewing on the steering wheel, figuring out how they're going to catch that boat in front of them.
but they're probably running that motor a little harder than they want to right now. They wanted to get out front and maybe lift out of it a little bit. Now they're having to keep the RPMs up, which is where that motor did not want to be.
Right. They're pushing it pretty hard. I mean, it's a tough little bugger in there, but they are definitely working it.
That boat's a tough little bugger. That boat's had quite the lengthy history, almost as much as Coastal Boat Sales.
Yeah, that was the Papa Duke's boat from years back, and they weren't gentle on it.
No, not by any means. I've also had the privilege of riding in that boat in Port Huron a few years ago. That was my introduction to riding in a race boat. There is Hanging and Banging, still leading in Class 7, but not by much. Maybe about a 50-yard length lead over second place. Done deal. Like we talked about earlier, bracket class racing, just because you're in second, that doesn't mean you lost. You could still win if that boat in front of you broke out. Be interesting to see how these boats go through this corner now. We're starting to get in some lap traffic with the bigger Class 4 boat, and that tends to rough the water up just a bit.
Yeah, we do a little thing at the end of the year. Whatever boat accrues the most amount of points through the year gets a high point champion sticker that all the other boats have to carry for the whole year. The Bay Rat boat is currently the highest point leading boat that we have. So I made him a little deal that if he actually did pull it off, I'd paint the boat, because I can't put that ugly thing on that sticker.
Mark Gallagher and Ty Edmonds have pulled in Specialized Racing, still waiting to hear from Race Control the issue there. But look at this battle in Class 7. Hanging and Banging, your leaders. Done deal in second place. Smitty. They're not checking out at all. Done deal is staying right with Hanging and Banging.
Yeah, no, they're giving him a good run there. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, it's tough in this water.
It looks like they're getting a little bit loose, too. I mean, these 7 boats, regardless, the water here for offshore conditions is fairly light, but these boats, they have to take advantage of every bit of smoothness they get, because they get pretty much out of shape even in a foot of water, a couple of feet of water, basically.
Yeah. You know what's really cool, though? Even the Hanging and Banging boat out in front, you look at that 21-foot outboard boat and say, yeah, they're out there having a good time. The time and effort that they put into that boat.
It's incredible.
Dropping down from a 20-inch midsection to a 15-inch midsection to get the power head lower and CG. I mean, these guys work on this stuff all week long. And you don't take anything for granted. I mean, they're out there running as hard as they can.
Class 5 is coming through the bottom end of the race course as we look at Rendell One Design, wannarace.com. Remember, you can race that boat. Smitty, just like Ted and I, spent a little time in those boats, too.
Yeah.
A little tight in there. A little
snug.
Yes. Windows tend to fog up for bigger people, especially in humid, rainy weather.
Yeah, today I think it'll probably be okay with the whole fogging up thing, because we've got some pretty nice weather out here. Now, coming around, it looks like
this is Coastal Boat Sales in the lead. Was up 2 in second.
And Are You Faster coming up in third.
Not much changing ground here. They're all kind of keeping the same distance, which means they're probably running right on the number.
Yeah, there might be some penalties enforced at the end of this one.
Well,
it's hard.
as we always say, it's unofficial results only.
Until it's official.
We've talked about it before. Every boat is equipped with a GPS. They have a breakout speed. If they break out of that, then they move to the back of the pack. And that includes for their points and whatnot for this race also. Is that correct?
Yes. The points follow their place.
And each boat is getting some points to show up, some points to start, and then some points to finish, correct?
Yes. Your highest points naturally are scored by winning the race, and they work their way down from there. Even if a boat got here and showed up and broke in testing and couldn't race, they would receive last place points for being here.
50 points, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just for the effort of making it, because really if you miss one race, you're pretty much out of the game for the whole year.
Yeah.
Right. But I should mention that in some cases, the high points champion has only been 50 or 60 points from the next place guy.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, last year, I think it boiled down to there was 8 teams that could have won it at the last race. It was really close.
Here we see Simmons Marine. They are leading Class 4, led from start up until this point. They are coming around and I believe completing lap 4 of this 10-lap race. This course is exactly like you said in the driver's meeting, 4 miles long, exactly.
On the button.
On the button. Bob Courier is an on-the-button type of guy.
He probably walked it himself.
Yes, or swam it, maybe. He's a pretty athletic guy. So Class 4 will be running 40 miles, 10 laps.
And there is your Zuka Marine Edward J. Painting coming up in second place in Class 4.
Smitty, what are your thoughts on that boat now that this water's gotten a little more confused?
It's probably giving them a little harder of a time. It's not a big boat.
Right.
You know, and once they start sponsons backing like that a little bit, you know,
they're going to have to lift out of it to get the settle back down.
Going to have to lift out of it. It starts burping some of the air out of the tunnel. It just won't have the speed that it had.
Coastal Boat Sales on the back straightaway continues to lead in Class 5. Smitty, though, Are You Faster might have something for the boys in What's Up. They've made up a pretty significant amount of ground from the last time we saw them come around.
Yeah, the boys in that Are You Faster have gotten really good over the last 2 years. There's no lifting going on through the turns or anything there. They've got that boat dialed in very, very well.
We're looking at boat number 517, Midwest Boat Party out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Great place. We were there just about a month ago. Awesome time out there at Lake of the Ozarks, man. What a great race site.
Yeah, big shout out to anybody out at Lake of the Ozarks watching your homeboys run over here. Really appreciate the fact that they came out and support the series. Had a great time at Lake of the Ozarks. Looking forward to next year, and you guys just rock out there. What a wonderful place.
And you can follow along with the fun on MidwestBoatParty.com. They have a great website. Check it out sometime. If you're out in that area, they're always talking about the goings-on out there at Lotto and whatnot. Awesome site and awesome guys running that boat.
Class 7 went by. Hanging and Banging continues to lead. Done Deal in second. Bayrat now making up some ground in third. As we look at Class 5, there is Are You Faster on your screen, but Coastal Boat Sales continues to lead. Pulling just a little bit on Was Up 2. Are You Faster making up just a little bit of ground. Are You Faster had some bad luck in Port Huron last year, though, Smitty.
Yeah, they got into the top turn of the Port Huron a little hot and hooked it to the inside and barrel rolled it, threw the both of them out of it. But I think
tore the boat up really bad.
Tore the boat up pretty bad. John up at Superboat put it back together, and I think it only made them meaner.
Made a what?
Made them meaner.
Now, they used a little more aggressive.
Yeah, they used to smile a lot. This morning they were pretty intent on going out there and getting that checkered flag.
Now, what you're going to notice in this shot right here is you have a bunch of boats all jumbled up going into this turn. That could change everything because the 5 boats are coming up on the 7 boats now and starting to get into lap traffic. As with any kind of racing, when you start to get these boats tied up with other boats that are slower, it can change the whole complexion of things as they come around these turns. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this to see who gets out of the turn clean and who gets into traffic. And it theoretically could change a couple of places, especially for those Class 5 guys.
Looking at Hanging and Banging, your leaders in Class 7, Done Deal, second place. Here is Simmons Marine, boat number 404, 34-foot Phantom, leading Class 4 over Edward J. Painting. And Smitty, as I look down the course and I see Edward J. Painting, I think we're in agreement that as this course starts to chop up, because this course gets a lot of side waves. There's not a lot of bow waves here, but it's a lot of broadsiding waves simply because of the seawalls and the rocks on both sides. It just pushes that water right back into the middle of the course.
Yeah, I mean, the boats are basically generating all of this, off the walls and back to the center. But it doesn't look like he's having that bad of a ride. I mean, really, what Simmons probably have a quarter mile on him in the course of how many, 4 laps so far?
Yeah.
So he's probably really only off by a mile an hour.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Right. And he's bobbling a little bit, but really the boat is running fairly. I mean, it's running
carrying
well and running fairly steady.
I can smell the 2-cycle oil from here.
I love that smell.
Oh, yeah. It's like back in the motocross days, baby.
Yeah, buddy. On the back straightaway, Coastal Boat Sales continues to lead in Class 5. On the Canadian side of this course, there is Was Up 2 and Are You Faster lapping the Class 7 boats. Smitty, slower boats to the inside, faster boats to the outside is the rule of thumb?
Rule of thumb is smaller boats to the inside. However, they tend to wander around from time to time. And you might get stuck going down the inside of them. I've done it myself.
Yep.
But, you try and stay to the outside and give them their line.
Now, there's not a huge difference in speed between those boats, but you've got a 10 or 15 mile an hour closing speed, so it makes a difference. And as they all come into that turn, whichever boat is, obviously those little outboard boats may turn a little bit tighter, so to come inside of them could cause some issues, and that's obviously why those rules are in place.
Right.
It's good to see Josh getting this boat running good, Coastal Boat Sales. He struggled last year a little bit with setup, kind of struggled a little bit more this year, but now he seems to be getting it together and getting that boat figured out. I think he's got some pretty big horsepower in there too, doesn't he?
He got a gremlin detector.
I've
never seen one before. He's got it bolted on the dashboard.
Really?
And, when you leave home, the boats run perfect. When you're on the road up here and get here, things don't work. And I think these gremlins just jump in Ohio somewhere and they get under the cover.
Oh, yeah.
I saw he had a gremlin detector on the dashboard.
Here they come, your leader in Class 5, Coastal Boat Sales. Second, What's Up 2. We are looking at third place, Are You Faster, EJ and Ken Salmon. Smitty, might be a good time to talk about what Ken's futures are for the sport. It's got some pretty good ideas coming out.
Yeah, Ken Solomon from the Are You Faster boat has ordered a 388 skater. It's in the process of being built right now. We've got another team, Bull on the Beach, out of Ocean City, Maryland, bought a 368 skater. My son and myself are working on a 39 MTI. And we've got one other team that I'm not allowed to say yet, but I think there'll be 4 of us for next season. Going back to what used to be almost the cat-like rules, we're going to go to the Mercury 565 number 6 package, and see if we can start that class here. I just think it's a little, the Super Cat class is great. Those guys got a great thing going on down at SBI. I think I'm allowed to say that on the air, yes?
Yeah.
And
we're all friends here.
Yeah, I raced SBI for years, always had a fantastic time down there. It's just my Easy Pass expired. I had to work up here in the north a little bit.
I think theirs did too, because they don't tend to like to come north either. Maybe their Easy Pass broke also.
They're up here next week. They're up in
Michigan City, Indiana.
Next week. I wish them a lot of luck there. Stan Lane does their broadcasting for them. I want a big shout out to Stan. Haven't seen him in 100 years. But I wish you guys a lot of luck up there, and have a good, safe race.
I know you want to go after Peter Meyer a little bit. I know.
Oh,
I've seen some pictures and videos of things in your yard that might be Peter Meyer getters.
We had a little grudge match going on there in Point Pleasant. But I was talking to Johnny Stantz yesterday because he's here running with Louie in a Strictly Business boat. And I said, Johnny, it wouldn't take a whole lot of poking for you and my son to get us up to Michigan City, He's all bugging because he's got to work on his house. But I think if you just bugged him just a little bit, we could show up there. So we'll see. I don't have a whole lot going on next weekend. We're going to try and make that trip out.
Michigan City's a good time. I was up there. Been up there a couple times, and that's a really nice race site. Nice big beach right there on the water. You race right there. Pits are right there. A lot like St. Clair. But coming up here to the north is awesome to race. I've always enjoyed coming to St. Clair. Port Huron is awesome. Michigan City is awesome. It's just nice up here. The people are nice. The water's nice. And it's not salt water like we get back home that eats equipment alive.
Well, and it's July, and it's not 103 degrees.
That is true. That is true.
And the people here, St. Clair has always been so welcoming of this race, and Port Huron also. They do such a great job of welcoming the racers, welcoming the fans. Everybody is trying to all pull for the same thing. They do it for the city. They do it. All the sponsors do it for the city, and to help things out around here. It works out well for everybody, and everybody loves coming out to see the races this Sunday every year.
Yeah, no, it does. This is the 22nd running of the St. Clair River Classic. It's the 12th year that OPA has been here.
Yep.
And what's really cool is these people that come down to watch the race every year, they all get to know us, we get to know them, they know the boats, they know the occupants, and it's really cool because they understand the sport. They understand what's going on out there on the water. And, and when they come to see you in the pit area, they have all the right questions to ask.
Yep.
They know what's going on. It's really, really cool.
Third place in Class 5 is Are You Faster? We're going to give some updates on some laps. Class 4 is on lap 6. Class 5 is on lap 5. And Class 7 is on lap 4. So when Class 7 comes by this time, they're pulling their final piece of tape.
Well, and we'll say that's all unofficial here in the broadcast booth because
Smitty needs to enforce some rules later.
Hopefully not.
Well, but we're also counting on us counting while we're also talking about all this stuff going on. And it doesn't always work out great, but for now, that's what the numbers we're going to go with.
Hey, look, there's been 2 times in my short little racing career that there were 2 times I hoped you didn't have to enforce the rules. One was about a month ago in Lotto, and one was about 2 years ago in Solomon's. And Frank even said, it's really hard to disqualify the guy that puts on the race after he runs so good at his hometown race. But, very fair how it's done. Frank is very fair in what he does. You're very fair in what you do. And you have to be that way. It's everybody's here to do the same thing.
Yeah, listen, I'm out there racing with these guys at the same time, so I don't make these calls. Frank does a great job with the GPS system. He goes in and then goes through all the GPSs. I'm the bearer of the bad news because that's my job, but it's basically his call. And he does a great job with it.
Whoa Mama moving in on Midwest Boat Party as they head into turns 1 and 2. Kyle Tree Master Miller, as his name is on Facebook, has made quite an investment in offshore power racing. Smitty, I think he owns, 3 boats now?
Yeah, I think he's going to start his own racing series.
Is he?
Yeah, that's what he said. A couple more boats, he'll have more than us.
He's got a Class 7 boat. He had a Class 6 boat. I think he still
has that. He's got a Class 7, 6, 5, and now a Super V Light.
Super V Light. So
yeah.
And the Super V Light would be good to get those guys back out there. This is Simmons Marine coming around for lap number 7. There is Hanging and Banging. They have now started, well, now they're pulling off, so now that's kind of interesting. I don't know what's going on here.
Checkered flag.
All right, we got a
we have checkered flag. Okay, yep.
Yeah, on Class 7, it looks like we have the checkered flag. So that should put your unofficial winner as Hanging and Banging. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
There you go.
Follow those guys on Facebook also. Always see the pictures of that boat torn down, transom torn apart, you know, a lot of different things happening. I think they have they should deserve the nicest boat cover award because they've got that full black cover that wraps that thing up tighter than a drum.
Yeah, you know, the first year these guys started racing with us, I guess it was, 4 years ago? It was pretty much a ragtag fleet of fugitives.
Yeah.
And they've really gone to
Fit
work.
right into OPA racing.
Fit right in, yeah. But they've done a beautiful job with their boats. I mean, especially the Hanging and Banging. That thing's a beautiful piece.
Well, Jason and Joel Zotecki out a lot of, they did a good job with that velocity, you know. If Peter wins the national championships, Bayrat's going to look a lot different next year, I hear.
Oh, it's going to be green or purple, one or the other.
Whatever you got left over, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that should end the racing for the Class 7 boats today. It looks like all of them finished. We'll be looking for the unofficial results here in just a little bit. Right now, it looks like we have a pretty good race coming around here in Class 5, although it doesn't seem like anybody can really pull and close the gap. Mike, what do you think?
Well, I think lap traffic may have had something to do with that. You know, when you're going into these corners, you've got to adjust your lines a little bit. Like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, bracket class racing, you just can't bump that speed a little bit to make up that ground. So if you have to go a little bit wider in a corner because of lap traffic, it's not something you can control, and it can cause you to lose some ground. Coastal Boat Sales coming around that corner. Smitty, from what I can see, they're not really afraid to turn that boat, are they?
No, they're getting that through there really, really well.
Was up 2 in second. Are You Faster in third? Now we're looking at Edward J. Painting and Rendell One Design Wanna Race. Chris Rendell racing with his girlfriend, Jeanette Allred.
Now, you'll notice that the Edward J. Painting boat came around. They're not in the same class, and he should be running significantly faster. So he just came around him on the outside, and that's what he's looking to do.
Here is Coastal Boat Sales completing lap number 7. So they will have 2 laps left to keep that boat together. I wonder if Scotty B is at home watching his old boat run around St. Clair.
Scotty B's a race junkie. You know he's sitting home watching this.
He's probably at home watching it.
Or he's sitting there. I know where he is. He's over at the Square Grouper
in
having
Jupiter.
a beer, watching it on his phone. That's where he is.
There you go.
I wouldn't mind. I love St. Clair, but being at the Square Grouper wouldn't suck right now either.
No.
It's probably really hot there, though.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Well, Mama has gotten around Midwest Boat Party. That puts them up into 4th and 5th place. Those guys battling back there themselves. But remember, they could be on the podium depending on what happens on that front group. And Smitty, any predictions? Of course, not in favor of your kids, but any predictions for that Class 5 group?
Well, I can tell you what's going on right now. Coastal Yacht Sales is out in front. Was Up 2 is in second. Now, what they're probably thinking right there is if we press the issue and try and catch them, we may break out.
Yep.
So you protect second. But I don't know how that's working out for him because that Are You Faster is reeling him in.
So in Lotto, I learned a very valuable lesson about the breaking out. You're allowed to break out for up to, 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
How many times a race?
Well, it's 3 times for no more than 3 seconds.
And what got us in Lotto was we went 1 time at 3 seconds, 2 times at 3 seconds, and then the 3rd time was 6 seconds. So that actually counted as 2. So we broke out 4 times, and that took us out of the winner spot.
It's a very fine line, and it's tough, like for me to come out and enforce that, especially when somebody like you and the Smith brothers by that minute little margin. But the rule is the rule, and it has to be defined at some point, But it breaks my heart because, listen, I'm a boat racer, and you don't want to go out there and run a whole race and win a race, and for that, the wind-up last.
Well, you were on the pace boat. You were on that Outer Limits pace boat. I knew you were watching me going by there.
I was rooting for you. I was rooting for you.
But you got to take some money from the Smith brothers, put their transom bat together after they stood up on the tail there at Atlantic City.
Yeah, we did a little patch job for them there, put the transom back together. It was nice to be able to help them out,
Good guys, really good guys. Really a fun boat to drive. Coastal Boat Sales continues to lead in Class 5, Was Up 2 in second. Now it looks like Are You Faster has made up a little bit more ground. Smitty, where do you think they're finding this speed or this time?
Anthony's being very cautious to protect second. And, it really, they're just staring at that number on that GPS. How close to that 75 mile an hour do you want to get? That's
you think Anthony's speed checking them just a little bit, kind of keeping them back there, knowing where they are?
No. No,
Okay.
he's staring at that GPS. That's all he's doing. You know, the strangest thing is you have to have so much faith in the guy driving the boat because you can't even look up. You don't even know where you are.
You know, while we're sitting here talking, you're going to get in your 38-foot fountain later on today. Was up what the original was up. Not the original was up, but the bigger was up. Got to shout out to David Rabb. He's not up here this weekend with the old PTM boat. Repeat offender. Heard he was out testing yesterday back home.
Yeah, well, I don't know what was with Dave. I heard that maybe he couldn't get a truck to get it up here. I wish he would have called me because I would have tied it to the back of my boat somehow and got it up here.
Oh, I got a truck that'd get it up. We got trucks.
David Rabb, if you're at home, I was worried about you today because you've got yourself a hot rod. You had me thinking all week, but I wish you were here. Port Huron's coming up in 2 weeks, buddy. Give me a call. If you need a way to get that boat up here, I will get it here.
So Coastal Boat Sales is coming by. They should be starting their final lap right now, continuing to lead in Class 5. Was up 2 in second, and Are You Faster in third.
Fourth place right now is Whoa Mama.
Whoa Mama making up some ground on this group up here too. So
yep, they're going to definitely come. They're going to definitely try and get up in close if any kind of lap traffic goes on, or if any of those guys bobble as we get closer to the end of this race. They still have a chance to get up in there.
See, now if I was out there running the Whoa Mama boat, I'm in fourth, right? So what's the worst thing can happen? I take fifth?
Right.
I'd be running 90 miles an hour to go catch those other boats.
Right.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, but then you have the teams, and I remember talking to Anthony about this quite a bit over the years. Then you have the teams that don't come out and run in points, right? And then they just come out and go break out on purpose, and that's frustrating. I mean, there were a couple of Michigan teams that remain nameless that were pretty good at doing that for a few years there, and that's hard because if you're leading and they pass you, you're just like.
Well, I mean, you fell victim to that in Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah.
You had a boat that was running competitive with you, but from where I was seeing, I could obviously tell they were breaking out to get around you,
Right.
And you got sucked into that game,
Yeah,
But,
and it's tough.
Well, it looks like in our Class 4, Simmons Marine is still maintaining a nice lead, running easy. Edward J. Painting is behind him, but has not been able to make up any time or any distance on him. So they've got a few more laps to go, but it looks like right now that class is fairly well set.
And on my scoring sheet, I just want to let you know if you have any questions about scoring or anything like that, there's a chief scorer, Dee Ungarden. Her number is 732-97. Oh, well, we'll just stop
Never
right
mind.
there.
Yeah, we don't.
And let that go.
Yeah, perfect.
We know Love Dee likes the phone calls.
Yeah, listen, we're on the air live here. I just want to thank somebody who doesn't get a whole lot of thanks. Julie from Rivers Bend Marina took the challenge on her own of raising the sponsorship dollars for this live broadcast we're able to bring you. So, Julie, happy birthday on your 50th. I know I wasn't supposed to say that. 50 means you got 1 foot in the grave. But,
well, she works for Evil Ed. She's probably got 1.5 in there and just doesn't know it yet.
Well, thank you very much, Julie, and thank you to the sponsors we have here. LaCroix's Riverside Pub, Murphy's Inn, Buer Lumber, Pepper Joe's, Rivers Bend Marina, Henry H. Smith Company, Bill McDonald Ford, and Foster's Blue Water Oil for bringing this live stream to you publicly.
Bill McDonald Ford, old Bill McDonald. He used to hang out here quite a bit, too. Sponsored a couple race boats back in the day.
Yeah, you see a lot of familiar sponsors around here.
Yeah, you do. A lot of people stick around in the community here. Well, Coastal Boat Sales is going to come around turns 3 and 4 on their final lap. This will be the last short straightaway they come up across the start-finish line. Remember, all these results are unofficial. Smitty, I'm going to call it and say this is going to be a battle of GPSs here, I think.
Yeah, it could be. This is going to be a nail-biter. They'll be pacing the parking lot waiting for results.
And Anthony will hop out of Was Up 2 and hop into Was Up 1 in the second race of the day.
Third race.
Third race. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Third race. Oh, you're running Class 3 today?
Yes.
Okay.
This might be a photo finish for Are You Faster? Here they come.
Are You Faster did throw it up to the inside. You can see Josh and Alan waving their hands, taking the unofficial checkered flag in St. Clair, Michigan. Boat number 515, Coastal Boat Sales. Here come Was Up 2 and Are You Faster? Are You Faster on the inside? Was Up 2 on the outside. Was Up 2 unofficially in second. Are You Faster in third. And Smitty, I think Whoa Mama took your advice. They may have started pushing a little bit harder there to make up some ground on the last lap.
Could be, could be.
And nobody's stopping because I guess they missed that checkered flag.
Nobody can count.
Nope.
No. Oh,
Boomer's going,
Boomer
save the
Nancy.
motor, save the motor,
Yeah,
pull
Boomer
in.
figured it out. Yeah.
Well, Are You Faster is going to run an extra lap so they get one in the bank in case they turn in short next time.
Making it up from Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Simmons Marine comes across. That's the checkered flag for them. They are your winners in Class 4, boat number 404. Simmons Marine 34-foot Phantom. Remember, all the results are unofficial until the award ceremony later tonight.
And Edward J. Painting finishing up in second in Class 4.
Finishing is always part of it.
And they had a great run today. Obviously, the boat, they had a little bit of a bobble right there at the beginning. They missed the pace lap, but they obviously got it together, and they finished out this race in good form.
So I believe that's it. I think racing is done for the day except for the extra lap that a couple Class 5 boats want to go do.
We'll call that a victory lap, Mike.
I think Coastal's pulled in. I think that's EJ out in front, isn't it? EJ and Ken?
I told you he's putting one in the bank.
Yeah.
Might be. Now, what we're going to be looking for...
Randy, if you're watching, they're trying to make up for whatever they did in Atlantic City.
There you go. What we're looking for here is we're going to see all of the winners in the various classes. They're going to get their checkered flag. And then we're looking for a green flag in the center of the course, which means the course is closed so that they can cross the course over and go back into the pits.
Race number 2, we're going to see Super Cat, Cleveland Construction. We'll see start number 2 will be Super V Light. 4 boats in Super V Light. I got to give a shout out. Missing some teams that were very popular up here in St. Clair, Michigan. And then Class 6. Class 6 is going to be a good battle. That's the one we've been talking about. Smith Brothers, Liquid Addiction, Rendell One Design going to go back in, sailing by. Smitty, Kevin Adams from Sailing By is one of the funniest guys I have met in my entire life. That dude is hilarious.
He is. He pops up at our races out on the Jersey Shore, and I guess he's never seen the ocean before.
Right.
And he just loves the boardwalk and the arcades and the cotton candy. He's like a little kid. He goes, I can't. 5:17, we just got a note, is out of fuel.
Midwest Boat Party. They went just a little too light for the day, but they finished. They did cross the start-finish line, and they did finish, so they will be getting a tow back in. But Kevin Adams doesn't have a lot of luck in the ocean races with the boat. He tends to get tossed around a little bit and break some things and break some throttle arms off there and lose some fuel pumps. So hopefully a little bit better luck here today in St. Clair.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, he's from Canada. He's close to the area here. I wish him a lot of luck today and, have a real good run. Listen, he's a trooper. He's broken some stuff. I think he actually blew up his motor last week in testing and managed to get one back together and in the boat here for today.
So he was telling us a story about how his family is camping this weekend and his wife has to take the trailer because he had to bring the motorhome so he didn't have to bring 2 vehicles. Kevin's a great guy. Really enjoyed talking to him. So shout out to those. They'll be in the second race in Class 6, boat Sail and By, boat number 615.
Yeah, and by the way, just so that we're aware, most of the Class 5 boats just took an extra lap just for fun.
So Smitty, now here's a question. They ran an extra lap. If they broke out on that extra lap, what are you going to do?
No, we look at the scoring.
Okay.
Because we've had it before where even on the parade lap, guys are trying to catch up or something like that. When we start the race, D will yell out the start time over to Frank, so he knows exactly what the start time was.
Okay. But they can't break out in their parade lap. That was a rule you started enforcing last year in 2016 was, got to try and maintain it on that parade lap too.
Well, we started that. Actually, that came into effect this year because what some of the guys figured out was that we weren't starting the scoring until they crossed the start-finish line.
Right.
Although they've been released maybe a quarter mile down the race course.
Yeah.
So they were running as fast as they could go, though they got here and then hitting the brakes.
Yeah.
So we changed that up a little bit.
That can be considered kind of jumping the start.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked. I mean, far be it from a racer to try and find the gray area to get a slight advantage.
Yeah, heaven forbid.
Heavens forbid.
Now, I'm noticing right now we still have the 2 Class 4 boats out on the water. So either we counted wrong, which is pretty likely, or they counted wrong and they are continuing to make victory laps. But I suspect that they have to finish up these laps so that they can. We'll be looking at the checkered flag for them too.
Well, yeah, I think officially they're done with the laps. I see the green flag out on the start-finish boat, which means the course is closed. So,
and Rick Kotecki is coming down off a plane there, just up past the mid-channel marker there. See the Cleveland Construction patrol boat. Do need to give out a shout out to Mark Smalls also. Cleveland Construction brings a lot of safety to the races these days, along with his Super Cat.
Yeah, I think, Mark got involved in offshore racing. He is the owner of Ed's Supercat that he races.
Yep.
And I don't think Mark was content with sitting on the beach and watching Ed race. He wanted to be a part of the program.
Yeah.
So he's put together a couple of safety boats that are overly stocked with medical
yeah.
equipment and assistance and all. And he just has a real concern for the safety of the sport,
The old talking trash boat, that skater. That boat's got some memories in it too, doesn't it?
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
And that's one of the things that we always stress here. I mean, everything is about the safety of these racers, safety of the fans. It's imperative that we have all these, and it's fantastic, quite frankly, that we have these medical boats out here, we have these patrol boats out here, all of the law enforcement, the Coast Guard, Transport Canada, everybody contributes to make sure that this is a safe race, so that we can continue to keep doing this. You never ever want to have anybody get injured or worse. And so it's imperative that these guys are out here, and we really appreciate all the help that we get from local agencies.
There's Bayrat pulling back into the harbor. You can see hanging and banging going up the course. There is their checkered flag. They'll go up and do their run down the wall, Smitty?
Oh, I'm sure they're going to go up there. I mean, these fans here are fantastic, and I told the guys in the drivers' meeting, just a friendly reminder, you get your checkered flag, come on down the wall, and, and let them cheer for you. So I think that's what they're doing right now.
So, Smitty, what are your nerves like right now? You ready for this? You ready to go out there and play with Pop-Up and Louie?
Yeah, Pop-Pop's a character. He's, he welched on a deal. He was supposed to wash my boat had he lost to me in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, or was it Atlantic City?
It was Atlantic City.
And clearly he lost. I still have a dirty boat. But then he went and changed the rules and said, oh, no, I meant 2 out of 3.
Oh.
There you go.
It's getting tricky on you there.
It's getting tricky out here. So we're on our second one here. So we'll see how this all works out. Listen, Johnny Stantz has been racing forever. And just is one of those guys with the right attitude. Just, people love him.
Pop-Up is absolutely a great guy. Here comes hanging and banging down the seawall. They're on a little bit of a rooster tail, having some fun with their checkered flag. Congratulations to those guys. Great day for them. I will admit, I love the sound of a relieved 2.5 Mercury outboard motor. There is nothing like it.
With a carbon fiber cowling.
There you go.
Those boys did spare no expense.
Custom.
That's some cool stuff.
But for those of us that were around during the old school races, when there were a lot of outboards out there on the Cats and some of the V-bottoms and whatnot, and everybody was running Bridgeports and 2.5s and this, that, and the other thing, and even some of the Evinrude V6s and V8s, everybody was relieved. So they all made that kind of noise. And you get about 3 V8 Evinrudes on the back of a boat at about 100 miles an hour, and it sounds like the largest swarm of bees that you've ever heard coming at you. So
well, I told Shannon that I want on my 33-foot concept, I have 250 Johnsons, and I want to do that to it. And I think it'd be cool for about 10 minutes, and then I'd be like, nah, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
You've got a loud center console, though. You've got a couple 525s in a 34-foot Scarab.
Yeah, I had my bout with outboard motors. I backed up to the dumpster and let them go. The only guy that made out on that deal was the scrap man. I converted that over to IOs and Mercury 525s, and it's been a pleasure ever since. But
that's a cool boat. You did a good job with that boat.
Yeah, she's an old girl. I love that thing.
Well, and they made several of those boats in that configuration, right? They put some inboards in them.
They did. They made a few. That's what kind of sparked my attention and said, you know what, I can make this thing just a little bit better.
And apparently you don't like outboards, so.
No, I break out in hives.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You're that allergic to them?
I can't even be near them.
It's a 2-stroke oil.
Yeah, maybe.
There's Jason Zalecki and
Joel Zalecki out of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
Taking a little run down.
Old 22-foot Velocity. That's a good Class 7 boat right there. 22-foot Velocity would be the way to go.
Gee, Mike, you had a 22 Velocity at one point, as I recall.
I did.
I think that's why they call him Velocity Mike.
Had a couple of extra motors on it, though.
Yeah.
You had an extra motor over these guys.
Art Lilly's old race boat.
Hi, Art.
And there is pace boat number 3. I believe that boat is called Crayola, isn't it?
Sponsored by McDonald's.
Got a couple Tyler Crockett motors in that. But where's Tyler this weekend? I saw him briefly.
That psycho is up there in Ruby, Michigan, trying to squeeze 2,200 horsepower out of an alcohol-injected blower motor in his little 26-foot Joker to go out to the Lake of the Ozarks shootout and turn some heads.
There you go.
We should look up the course here. I sure am glad that Josh Wall builds his own motors because he's sure as hell trying to blow it up right now, isn't he?
Yeah, that stern drive's not happy right now.
No. Might want to change those U-joints.
Congratulations to the
Ruh-roh. Coastal Boat Sales, your unofficial winner in Class 5.
So Smitty, who do you like in Super Relight in the next race?
You know, that's a tough one. You have 4 teams there. I think
Four very different teams, mind you.
Oh yeah. Boat floaters a fast boat.
Very
you know,
fast.
They put their time in.
Killdalls have got their act together.
They've got a fast boat. Mikey Ogden with We Haul Boats has been working real hard on that. You know, he's found some speed in that. You got Jay Waltman and Kyle that just bought the old steady pumping boat.
And they've got the speed out of that now,
they
too?
They were out there testing yesterday. They've got it running pretty good. I don't know. I mean, that one can go, you know, a lot of these classes have a lot to do with who gets that inside line and who gets away, you know.
And I think Ogden had the pole. Mikey's got the pole, doesn't he?
I think Mikey's got the pole. If I had to put money on it, I'd love you to death, Mikey. I'm wearing your tattoo today, but I think that boatfloater.com is going to check out.
It's gonna have a tough race, but you've got Octane in there too, and Jim is fast in that boat. I mean, that boat's a quick Super Relight too. So
yeah.
I think that's going to be some interesting racing. What about Class 6? Who do you like?
Whoa, that's another tough one right there. You know, I would really like to see our good buddy, Mr. Alan Pettit, worked with OPA for years and years and years, went out and built his own race team, and he's got a 24 Carrara out there that he's running. Ran it in the last 2 races, had a little motor issue, went crazy all week trying to get a motor together, got it in a boat. They're here. I wish him all the luck in the world today. I mean, there's some really good guys in that class. You got the Smith brothers who, you know, I have to put a big shout out to them. They feed me with chocolate chip cookies every morning. I think there's a little bribery involved.
Very nice, very nice.
They're a great family, and I really would hate to pick a favorite, but I would really love to see Alan Pettit's team do well today.
Yeah, well, you've got Salem by, not guilty, like you said. Like you said, Ray was sleeping with the flag after Atlantic City.
Yeah, Ray is 77, is he?
Yeah.
I think he's 77 years old. Probably one of the oldest guy out on a race course. Definitely the craziest guy running around in a little 24-foot boat. But in 6-foot seas in Atlantic City, managed to sneak his way out into the wind and get a checkered flag, and I think he's still sleeping with it.
And that's after he broke it up in Point Pleasant. Remember, he delaminated the front of that boat on the port side there. You know, and You Gun Learn, also very fast boat. Warren and Mike, they're consistent in that boat. They really, really are. They've come a long way together.
They really, really have. They built that boat for rough water. It's got a real neutral balance for it. So in the ocean, it's a monster.
Yeah.
Their disadvantage is here in the flat water, it doesn't trim up all that well because it is a little nose heavy. And they seem to struggle a little bit in the flat. But
I think they're a little light on power. They told me that in Lotto. They're a little lighter on power than everybody else, so they struggle with that just a little bit more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised they changed something up, though, in the last couple of weeks for today.
Quite possibly. You never know. Well, Ted, I think we should pause for a little while, take a break, grab a beverage.
Yep, I wanted to mention there is Simmons Racing. They just took their victory lap. Congratulations to them in Class 4. Pulled it all the way out, kept out in front of that Edward J. Painting boat, so they've got a well-deserved unofficial first place. So we'll go with that. We still want to thank Pepper Joe's, one of our sponsors, is bringing this live broadcast to you today. Henry H. Smith Company, appreciate all the help that we get from them, and Bill McDonald Ford. McDonald Ford has been a long-term sponsor of this race, and now, of course, they're also sponsoring our broadcast. Finally, Foster Blue Water Oil has got some really nice vehicles running around here. I guess the oil business here is pretty good. Come about, you know, I don't know, when does their winter here starts in August, late August, early September?
Maybe next week.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break now. We'll probably play a couple of interviews for you here on the air. We are going to be back at just about, what are we talking, Smitty, about 2 o'clock? I believe.
Yeah, I believe we're looking at 2 o'clock. We have no freighter traffic coming through till maybe 3 or 3:30, so we should be fine.
Very good. Thank you very much for watching our broadcast of the St. Clair River Classic from beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. I'm Ted Ginnity with Mike Yawoski and our guest DJ, Edward Smitty Smith. We will see you shortly.
Pleasure, gentlemen.
Foster Blue Water Oil, founded in January of 2003 with the merger of two Michigan companies, Foster Oil Company and Blue Water Oil Company. Combined, they offer over 75 years of experience in the petroleum industry. Foster Blue Water Oil, along with our affiliates Blue Flame Propane, Sunrise Convenience Stores, Blue Water Oil Transport, and My Choice Energy, can accommodate any and all of your energy needs. Foster Blue Water Oil.
Max, that's Henry Ford Community College, established in 1938 and offering over 100 associate degrees. Look, Max, Greenfield Village. I went there when I was a kid. Great education. What foresight? What other manufacturer can take credit for that? Aren't you proud to be a Ford dealer, Max?
AZ Plan customers lease a 2016 Ford Mustang only $269 per month with $25.19 cash due at signing.
Murphy Inn, Restaurant, Spirits, Hotel, all in St. Clair. Before or after the game, stop at Murphy Inn. Different specials every day. Happy hour 2 to 6 daily and 7 vintage hotel rooms. Half off large pizza every Monday, karaoke on Wednesday and Saturday, live music on Thursday and Friday. Murphy Inn has private dining area for showers and family parties. Murphy Inn, Restaurant, Spirits, Hotel in St. Clair since 1836. Since 1989, Pepper Joe's on the banks of the Pine River in beautiful St. Clair has been serving great food. The menu features all-American fare with something for everyone, even the kiddos. Pickle nugs, little golden nuggets of our dill pickles, carved turkey club, and fried mac and cheese burger. Just some of the great food at Pepper Joe's on the Pine River in St. Clair. Happy to support OPA racing along the St. Clair River. Henry H. Smith Company of Algonac, Michigan is happy to be one of the sponsors of this year's OPA race from the St. Clair River. Henry H. Smith Company, marine drive specialist since 1900. Whatever your need is, propeller service, new propeller, hardware service, marine hardware, Henry H. Smith has the experience and the reputation to solve your marine need. Check us out at henrysmith.com. The racing tradition continues with Henry H. Smith's commitment to performance services. Another hometown favorite is LaCroix's Riverside Pub. Great food, great times, great fun. Entertainment weekly and daily food specials. Sheila and Shelley LaCroix always make you feel welcome. Come for lunch or dinner. You'll enjoy yourself and see old friends and have such a great time. LaCroix's Riverside Pub on Clinton Avenue.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the 2016 St. Clair River Classic, coming to you from the shores of the St. Clair River in beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. My name is Ted Ginnity, and I'm here with my good friend Mike Yawoski. We are ready to broadcast for you the second race in this three-race series today. We have seen some great racing in the first race. With some close races, some fairly close races, very little breakage, no drama, which is always the way we want it to be, Mike.
Going to get a little loud here for a minute as the helicopter comes right in front of us.
Yeah. Safety helicopter out there checking out the course to make sure that we don't have any unusual debris or any problems out on the course, making sure that everybody's where they belong. Oh, nice little breeze from that.
A little bit of a shower there, too.
There you go. Mike. Looks like the second race is coming up. Who are we looking at?
The second race in the first start, we're going to have Super Cat. That will be the one Super Cat boat here in St. Clair, Michigan. Cleveland Construction, Ed Smith, Evil Ed Smith, and Keith Holmes on board. Start 2 will be Super V Light. Super V Light, we're going to have 4 boats today. Boat number 2, boatfloater.com. Boat number 4, Octane. Boat number 13, WeHaulBoats.com. And brand new first race out in this boat, boat number 32, Whoa Mama. In our third start, we're going to have Class 6. Boat 601, Smith Brothers. Boat 602, Rendell Powerboat Synergy Prototypes. Boat number 615, Sail and Buy. Boat number 644, Not Guilty. Boat number 677, You Gun Learn. And last but not least, boat number 691, Liquid Addiction. That'll take place in Class 6. So a good solid race in Class 6. I think Super V Light's going to be very, very exciting, like Smitty talked about before we went to our last break. Boatfloater.com going to be hard to beat. We hope all the best for Mikey Ogden and Val Fiorillo and WeHaulBoats.com, but it's going to be a tough battle. Whoa Mama might even be able to get their act together also and get up there. So we're hoping for a good 4-way battle in Super V Light.
Well, the Whoa Mama guys have been running a couple of different boats. This is one of the first times out for them in the Super V Light. We should explain, we've been talking about bracket racing for these other classes all day long, but the Super V Lights are what we call a spec class, which means they have a specific engine, they have a specific weight, but basically they are allowed to go all out. So it does matter what speed they run, it does matter how they have set up their boat. But they are all, their limit is not speed related on the GPS anymore. It is simply how fast can they make the boat.
You saw Cleveland Construction, a 388 skater pulling out. That's also a spec class, 750 horsepower Sterling. I think those are Sterlings. Are those Scorpions? Or Frank McComas motors. I'm not sure what the power is in Cleveland Construction, but they will be the lone boat in the Super Cat class today. Boat number 4, there you see it. Ed Smith owns Rivers Bend Marina, ladies and gentlemen. Got to give a big shout out to Rivers Bend Marina. They will house all of the OPA boats between this race and Port Huron in 2 weeks in one of their many buildings. There you see Smith Brothers coming out of the harbor. They're in Class 6, boat number 601.
I would also say that Rivers Bend Marina has a full-service shop, Mike, and a lot of the boats have come up here with a few problems here and there, and they've been using the shop. Ed is always more than happy to open up the shop for them to make sure that they can get their boats running. He has spent a lot of time with a lot of the different teams trying to make sure their boats are squared away. So he is the Marina with Julie over there and Ed himself have been an unbelievable asset to this race pretty much since its inception.
They're tremendous people, and the years that I've been coming to this race and hanging out there at Rivers Bend Marina, it actually tends to be a good time for the whole week to hang out, like Smitty was saying earlier. Now you're kind of looking down the tunnel of the Cleveland Construction boat as we look past the patrol boat there.
Nice.
Got some caution tape going around Ted over here. Not quite sure what's going on, but Smitty's trying to wrap him up in some caution tape.
I was going to use wide load, but I see he's been losing a little weight.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
That was a big
wow.
thing there.
Okay, then.
We can say that. We're friends.
Yeah. Well, I'm really hoping strictly business. Excuse me, nothing. Never. I'm good. But you're not going to hear what I'm going to say when you're out there on the water.
I know.
It is what it is.
Paybacks are terrible.
You go, Louie. Anyway. All right, you can see in your frame right now we have the Super V Light boats. We have Octane, and in front of Octane, I'm not sure exactly who we're talking to. Who is that in front of Octane? Is that WeHaul
Boats? That's
Oh.
WeHaul Boats there, and then KilledAllBoatFloater.com up in front of them.
Okay, very good.
That's a Phantom and an Extreme. That used to be the Wild Ride boat, right?
That was
Larry
Wild.
Kateki's old boat?
Wild Ride, yeah. Good running boat.
Yeah, and then like we said, Kildall have spent some time in it. Obviously, Mikey Ogden and Val Fiorillo have spent some time in Weehall boats. There is Liquid Addiction coming out in Class 6.
Weehall Boats put a lot of time in yesterday doing some testing. They were trying some different props and whatnot. I definitely think they've got their setup. I know they put a ton of work into the boat over the winter, had some bottom work done to it and everything, trying and get all the speed they can out of it. Once again, they're not limited by speed by these GPSs, so they have to try and get all the speed they can out of them.
Looking down the seawall at the Pine River, the Voyager. What a lot of people that come to this town don't realize that the Voyager is a bowling alley.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They got a bar, they got a restaurant, they got a bowling alley. Sort of a one-stop shop. All I need is like, I don't know, maybe a gun shop in there, and I'd never have to leave.
A big bowler? I never knew you were a big bowler.
Oh, yeah.
Not a big baller,
bowler.
a big bowler.
No. I actually majored that in college. I think the only class I actually passed, but, well, you know.
All right, here's your quiz for the day. This is your St. Clair quiz for the day.
St. Clair
Okay.
quiz of the day.
What is the favorite phrase spoken by the residents of St. Clair, Michigan?
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Big boat race today. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guys, we are joined by Ty Edmonds. First off of Edmonds Photography. Ty, you were in the specialized boat today. Didn't quite go the way you planned it, though, did it?
No, it didn't go as well as we were hoping. Went about a lap and a half. We ended up dropping the port motor. It's just about $3,000 and just wouldn't do anything else. It just wouldn't go. So we decided to call it quits and pull it in before we heard anything.
Now, could that have been an overheat situation where the motor was trying to protect itself, or?
We were thinking the injectors. We had problems with it yesterday. We went out and ran it, and it ended up running good. So we decided to just let it sit. We weren't going to richen it up or anything, and ended up not working. So we're going to stay tomorrow and work on it, change out the injectors and change out the computer and see what it's going to do.
And stay over here for Port Huron in a couple weeks.
Yep, boat's going to stay here, come back up, and see how she does.
Awesome. What can you tell us about now? You got out. You had a chance to go out there and run this course. We've been talking all day long about the fact that this course has different turns, the top turn and the bottom turn. I mean, I know you didn't have a ton of time out there, but you probably noticed it when you were in testing too. What was your feeling on that?
Turn 1 and 2 you come into, and when you come out of it, you grab about 6 or 7 miles an hour very quickly. Coming down the back stretch, 2 to 3, there's 2, maybe 3 spots that you grab a couple mile an hour, and catches you off guard really quick. I know we're watching GPS, and we weren't ready for it a couple times, so I wouldn't be surprised if a couple boats did break out today. It's very hard to see them coming.
Now, your class also had some pretty tight racing there. First, second, and third probably only had about 50 feet between them by the end of this race. Obviously, keeping on the GPS and keeping an eye on what you're doing there, huge thing. Being as there was a certain amount of excitement going on there, when you always have the chance of pushing out anyway, and then on this flat water, GPS really
Definitely,
bites you
yeah.
hard.
Coming into that top corner, I mean, everything was pretty well bunched up. We were all staying pretty good, and as soon as you come out of that, it's 6 or 7 miles an hour. I mean, the current really grabs you. Going into 3 and 4, it's a lot tighter turn. It's definitely slow down and take it easy, or something bad's gonna happen.
Now, the other job that you do, I should add, your whole family does here with offshore racing is Edmonds Photography, and I've seen you all do some fantastic work, by the way. So you're out here. You're out here. Your family's out here today. If you're not doing a rough water race, what are you looking at when you're taking pictures of these guys? What brings it in for you here in St. Clair?
You're kind of. Everybody looks for those out of the water shots. They're kind of tough to get on a race like this with the water, but you're looking for maybe 2 or 3 boats in a shot. Everybody looks for those out of the water shots, but you also have to look for if they're going to get things printed out for sponsors and stuff like that. You got to make sure you got the right lighting to get the sponsors. Everything's lit up real well. Boats looking as good as you can get. Doesn't matter where they're running at, 3rd, 4th, or last. It doesn't matter. As long as they're running good, running strong, that's what everybody wants to see. So you're looking for a nice, good side shot of them, or the down the bow shot a lot of guys like. But everybody wants that out of the water shot, nice and flat. You can see everything. That's what everybody's really looking for.
Okay, so for anybody who's getting their race boat ready to go, and they're gonna build a race boat, or they're gonna put together a race boat, or whatever they're gonna do, what color do they want to have to make sure you get the best pictures of them?
Doesn't matter the base color. Make sure all your stickers and your sponsors and everything stand out.
There
you can
you
have
go.
whatever color you want on your boat, Just make sure your sponsors and your stickers stand out.
So a little primer there for everybody. We don't normally have a chance to talk to a photographer / racer, so we figured we'd get that out for you so that anybody who's building your boat, painting your boat up this year, you know, that's what you need to think about. High contrast for your sponsors.
Yeah, a great example is the new graphics on the Was Up 2 boat in Class 5. That orange and that green really stands out. That is a very, very easy thing to pick up.
Ty, you don't have to kiss up. We get it. He's sitting right here.
Nice job there, Smitty.
Yeah.
Good job on the
Good
job on the paint there, Smitty.
I didn't pick the colors. I just wrote the check.
Yeah. I figured you just had it lying around on the shelf.
All right, guys, here we come for our pace boat lap. This is the 38 Scarab, Bob Costa's 38 US1 Scarab. Coming up with the yellow flag. He will be leading, well, we thought he might be leading a group of boats or a boat. Oh, there's the Cleveland Construction entry.
Local favorite, Cleveland Construction, based out of Riverbend Marina. Evelyn Smith, as I said, instrumental in having this race here. Everybody around town knows him. And I will tell you, I'm pretty sure that everybody in town has a Cleveland Construction t-shirt.
I think they're pretty popular items around here for sure.
That's only because some other purple boat doesn't have a bunch of t-shirts they give out, but, you know, just saying.
Just saying.
I've earned one of those shirts in my day. One.
Yeah, I know. They're pretty few and far between.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's a story behind that. I mean, why is the Shelby Cobra worth so much money?
Because there's only a few of them.
There you go.
I got you.
Oh, so Was Up 2 t-shirts are worth money? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I'm hoping someday.
Okay.
You know?
There you go.
Yeah, I did have Reggie Fountain crawl up inside my Fountain powerboat and sign my dashboard. I will tell you that.
Hey, you're not the builder of that brand new carbon fiber 40, are you?
I wish I was.
Yeah, that's going to be a cool boat when it's done.
Yeah, you know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to see some of the boat manufacturers coming back to life and getting back in the game. Fountain Powerboats was always such a big supporter of the sport.
All right, your second pace boat has gone by now. We have the Super V lights. In front right this moment is Whoa Mama, followed by Boat Floater, We Haul Boats, and Octane. Any one of these boats, they are very, very competitive. They are very, very closely matched. Any one of these boats has a chance to win this today. No one is out of the running. Even the Whoa Mama guys who are pretty much fresh in that boat, they've been doing a lot of racing, so it's not like they couldn't. What do you figure, Smitty? Figure it out in a couple laps and maybe hang and bang with them?
They've got a pretty big advantage in their corner just in the fact that they don't care. They'll get another one.
There you go.
Yeah, they got to admire that.
Well, but once again, these Super V light boats are a little scarce, and you know, so they're a little valuable too.
Oh, he's already talking about getting that one cleaned up and traded in and getting a new one. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Here comes Class 6. You're looking at Liquid Addiction. As they will go around and make their parade lap. Now, I do understand that we have a freighter coming through, what, about 10 after 3, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And he's coming downriver, so unfortunately he can't do much to stop. So they're going to do everything they can, to get this race off as quickly as possible. There's our buddy Kevin Adams flying the Canadian flag, heading up the race course. He probably owns Canadian underwear too, but
well, we know he has a Canadian flannel shirt.
Huh? So Smith Brothers, if they're holding back Smitty on the parade lap, they're not.
Just taking it easy. No sense in pushing it at this point in time. Remember, the parade lap is partly for the spectators to see what's going on and to see all the boats that are going to be racing, but it's also for the racers to get a feel for the course and see what they're going to be looking at as they come back down at speed. If in some of these shots, you'll notice that there are a couple of red marker buoys right in the middle of the course. They do actually mark a bar that is out there in the middle of the course. We don't want any boats going up over it, but also it is part of the course marker, so they have to stay on the proper side of those buoys. Just like a pleasure boater would, they have to be on the proper side of those buoys.
It's called the middle ground out there, I believe. If you come out here on Saturdays, you see a lot of boats hanging out right there in the middle ground. There we're looking at Whoa Mama, the artist formerly known as Steady Pumping.
Boat used to be a Maryland boat. It was one of our Maryland Mafia, and they decided that...
two Maryland people own that boat, actually, Kevin Smith and Jimmy Jernigan.
Yep, and they decided that it was time to move on, so now it's a Jersey, another one of the Jersey boys.
So they will head down into their mill So Cleveland Construction's going to be hanging out down there for a little while, Smitty. He finished his parade lap pretty quick, and Class 6 is just going through the upper end of the course. So,
well, Ed was running in the Cleveland Construction boat, and then he's running in the Cat Can Do as well. So it was a coin toss. We figured to put the Super Cat here because the closing speed wouldn't be as bad as having that Cat Can Do out there with the smaller boats today. So.
A couple of races I've run in the 2 years you've put us in the Class 6 in with Extreme. It's an interesting time.
It's amazing how fast they go by, isn't it?
It is. It can be a little intimidating watching Geico come up on you really fast.
Oh, and they always like to get nice and close.
Yes, they do.
Well, that's just Scotty trying to get back to his roots. He thinks he's still supposed to be in that 6 boat. So
Mark Granite doesn't want to lose any time turning the wheel.
That's right.
So the Super V Lights will go down and get in their mill, and then we will wait for Class 6 to get down in their mill. And I'm fairly certain that Bob Courier is going to do everything he can to get this race off as quick as he possibly can. Unfortunately, right now, he couldn't even start the Super Cat because by the time that the Class 6 boat got to their mill, the Super Cat would be coming back around on him. So they do have to wait for all of them to come down off plane.
I had a discussion with some of our crew here. And by the way, I want to send a shout out right now to the CTV crew. CTV 6 here in St. Clair runs all of our camera work, runs all the information out over YouTube and everything, and they have done a phenomenal job. I will tell you that most of the camera people and most of the people working here are all students, and they do excellent work. But I was trying to explain to them what goes on at the beginning of one of these races, and of course you've got to get a helicopter in the air, you've got to get boats on the wall, you've got to get boats off the wall, you've got to get your pace boats all squared away. There are literally 50 different things that have to happen before we can get these boats actually racing. So it's pretty amazing when all of it comes together, and usually we're, what do you figure, Smitty? 10, 15 minutes
probably
here and there to get a boat race going.
Right. While we have a short break here, we have the Super V Light class in this event here. We do have one of our teams that's not here, Pirate Racing.
Yes.
Lost one of their crew members recently, Carlos McLennan. And just reach out. I'm sure David's home and the family probably watching this broadcast, and just want you to know you're in our thoughts, you're in our prayers, and we miss you terribly. I hope things work well for you all, and hope we see you back on the race course soon.
Good guys. Rest in peace, Carlos. Good guy Carlos was, for sure.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So let's review laps real quick for this race in the Super Cat class. In Start 1, they are going to run 12 laps for 48 miles. The Super V Lights are going to run 10 laps for 40 miles, and Class 6 will run 8 laps for 32 miles. We actually counted laps during the last race, and I think it worked out fairly well. We were able to kind of keep up until the Class 5 guys started to mess around and ran that extra lap.
Well, there is that. We're assuming that that's the case because at least the veteran Smith brothers knew when to stop. The rest of them seem to have lost their...
Veteran Smith brothers.
The veteran Smith brothers.
The bad Smith brothers, Boomer and Anthony, not the good Smith brothers, Pete and Rich, right?
We also have that going on.
There's entirely too many Smith brothers running around here.
There are quite a few Smith brothers. So we will await the start. It looks like the boats are starting to gather in their mill at the bottom end of the course. Cleveland Construction will start first. Super V Light will start second, and Class 6 will start third. Smitty, how long for Cleveland Construction to get around Class 6? About a lap?
Yeah, it's going to be quick.
Yeah, it's not going to take long.
Yeah, and you would think maybe a smart guy would go out there and just save that boat because you're really out there by yourself. But I don't really ever thought Ed was the brightest guy in the world. He's going to put that thing on the pins and try and blow it up.
And they've got a race. I mean, they got a big race for them next weekend in Michigan City. Be running with the other 750 boats over on the SBI circuit. So
I was up Ed Shop the other day. He's got 8 bullets for that boat. So I don't think he's afraid to stretch them out here and let her. This is hometown. He's going to put on a show. I think you're going to be surprised to see it.
Well, it's a good boat. They've done a lot of work to get that boat dialed in from when it was the Talking Trash days. Good to see it back out, and Keith and Ed are doing well in it. They're getting it figured out in that 750 class, and they're starting to become very, very competitive.
Yeah, it's a tough class. I mean, you watch those boats race, and it really, I think the boats are so even. It's prop choice.
Yeah.
Prop choice and how bad you want it. It's really great to watch.
Yeah, that's the joy really of spec racing is that the boats can be so evenly matched. And although it's very, very difficult on the racers to pick their setup and all the rest of it, which obviously you're really, really aware of, but it makes for great racing for the fans because many times those boats are so evenly matched that they're running really deck to deck for sometimes 10, 15 miles at a time.
Right, right.
I was hearing a lot of chatter over to the radio. I handed it over to one of our spotters to see what they're saying. I don't know if they're trying. I know they were thinking a freighter at 310. Now it's 231. That means we've got just about 40 minutes to get this race to go. So, and unfortunately, he's coming downstream. He can't do too much to stop.
No, they can slow down. I mean, if you know, if they can get a hold of them, they will back it down and slow it down.
Yeah.
So we might get lucky here and get this one in. If not, we're prepared for it. We'll go to a caution, bring the boats down, let the freighter go by, and then we'll restart again.
Our spotter says they had to switch up pace boats. Not quite sure what happened, if it was a mechanical issue or.
Now, Smitty, you recently, over the past year or two, OPA has changed sort of the way they do cautions and things like that, obviously for safety, but you can actually bring these boats down and then restart them again if there is an incident on the course or for some reason we have to, let's say, pause the race for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, back in the day, everybody talks about, you know, all the racing, miles and miles and miles offshore, and men will be men, and, you know, and that was cool. And the rules back then were if there was an occupant in the water or someone is in distress, as a racer, you could stop and assist, and then you would be able to maintain that position at the end of the race. But with the style of racing we do today, everything's up close and personal. We've got medical and all out there. The whole format of offshore has changed, and one of the things we changed in the past few years was the caution scenario. If there is an occupant out of a boat or there's a boat over in the water, we stop the race right there and then. Let's get everybody under control and situated, and then we'll restart. And really our practice for all of that came from this site. With dealing with the freighters that came through, and being able to manage our way around that is how we came proficient at it, and it works really, really well.
And that's obviously safety is of the utmost importance. Having to have had to make a call at one point or the other to stop a race or not stop a race with guys in the water. I have to admit I much prefer the idea that we're going to just stop it, period. There's no questions, ifs, ands, or buts about it. We're just going to stop the race, get everybody safe, and then get restarted again. I think it's admirable that the organization took that on and decided that that was how it was going to be because, as we know, bad things can happen when boats go over and you don't always have a handle on exactly what's going on. It's better to settle everything down and figure it out and make sure everybody's safe.
Yeah, well, I mean, our rescue divers have a very difficult job. You know, if there is a boat over, first of all, they have to assess the situation and to decide whether or not to deploy. The last thing they need to worry about is getting run over. And here we go. We got the first pace boat out.
Bob Costa stretching the scarab out. He accelerated quite a bit faster than the Cleveland construction boat. And there is your green flag. It didn't look like a very clean start, Smitty. I don't think everybody was lined up.
I think Evil Ed jumped the start. We might have to. Look, he's outrunning the helicopter.
There you go.
They will head up into the first corner. Next will be Super V Light. I anticipate them getting on plane very, very quickly as we see the tail end of Cleveland Construction head into turns 1 and 2. Stand up for a moment and see what we can see. No movement of Super V Lights yet.
Now, what Smitty was saying is exactly correct. Ed is not holding back. He is running that boat pretty darn hard. You could tell by the fact the rooster tail was down on it. He was absolutely into the throttles on that boat. So I think the fans are going to get a great run today from Cleveland Construction. I also think Bob Costa wanted to run with him for a little bit and see what he could do, just so that they could have bragging rights.
All right, the Super V Lights are up on plane. They're going to be our next group coming across the start-finish line. 4 boats, going to be a tight battle. Weehall Boats had the pole.
Now remember, the starter is going to try and hold them until they all get lined up next to each other in a relatively straight line before they give them that green.
Now that's Octane on the inside. Weehall Boats second. There's the green flag. We have a green flag in Super V Light. Let's see who jumps out to the early lead.
Huh.
Wow, look
Looks
at that.
like a little whoa mama action going on there.
Whoa Mama and Boat Floater jump out to the early lead. Weehall Boats and Octane in 3rd and 4th.
What do you figure, Mike, about 7-8 feet between those boats?
That's tight. They had the good acceleration off the line, but Smitty, I think that Boat Floater's going to have that longer straightaway speed. They're going to be able to run that speed and carry it just a little bit more into the corners.
Yeah, normally when you see a start like that and you see somebody jump right out, it's the first indication that somebody propped too short.
Yep. So
absolutely.
They will maintain their lanes going into the corner. Boatfloater.com jumped into the early lead. That's Simmons to the inside. Weehall Boats getting a little Little hop there. Here we have Class 6.
All right, trying to get them all lined up here.
Waiting for the green flag. Still under yellow.
And they won't line up.
There we go, green flag. And there goes Smith Brothers. You Gun Learn. Smitty, not guilty. Shot out of a cannon on that start.
I told you, that 77-year-old guy, I think he got Geritol as a sponsor.
Well, just about a lap it took Cleveland Construction to catch him. We were right. There goes Cleveland Construction by completing their first lap. Let's see what Class 6 does going into the corner. It's going to be pretty tight. Not guilty. Shot out of a cannon, jumped out to the early lead.
So Cleveland Construction will go to the outside and make sure that he doesn't mess with any of those smaller boats. They're pretty much bunched up in that corner there, so they're going to need to get that sorted out too.
Yeah, let's see if we can dive to the inside of that corner. Watch these Class 6 boats come out because it's going to be tight going in. Here is Boat Floater. They have jumped out into the lead in Super V Light, and they have stretched it out. Smitty, look at that, though. We Haul Boats in second.
Yeah, we're missing Whoa Mama. I don't know if they made it clean through that first turn.
So BoatFloater.com in first. We Haul Boats in second. Octane in third. And Super V Light. Let's go to the top corner if we can. See what we've got going on in Class 6. They are the group we want to see. 5 boats. It looked like Not Guilty jumped out to the early lead. Just slightly out of view. Can't quite see him yet. Cleveland Construction has gotten around them, so they accelerated well out of the corner, kept clean, allowed to have the Class 6 boats have the start that they needed. They're coming down the back straightaway. Still very hard to tell who's out in front. That is We Haul Boats in second and Octane in third. Smitty, that's You Gun Learn out in the lead, it looks like, in Class 6 on the back straightaway.
Yeah, he got a pretty good start.
Then you've got Sailing By, Not Guilty, and Liquid Addiction rounding out the top 4. And Smith Brothers in the back. Can't count them out. There is Liquid Addiction. They have moved into second. Not Guilty just outside of them, and then there is Sailing By. This is a battle we want to follow all the way down to this corner because it's going to be interesting for sure. Smith Brothers off the course. Smitty pulled in early.
They have had some gremlins with that boat. Broke a transom or a drive, I believe, was it a couple weeks ago?
Our spotter saying Whoa Mama is down. We're unclear why. Here goes Cleveland Construction and Supercat completing their second lap. Super V Light came by to complete 1 lap. Boat Floater was in the lead. Here we go into the bottom of the corner. Smitty Ray jumped back to the inside of Liquid Addiction. Took over second. Slowed quite a bit there. Liquid Addiction way out wide. There is Sailing By. And there is You Gun Learn. I can tell you from a points perspective, Smitty, Smith Brothers dropping out and You Gun Learn in the lead. If this sticks, this is going to be very good for points for You Gun Learn in Class 6.
Yeah, I'm watching Smith Brothers over there with some steam coming off the transom. Looks like they're trying to cool it down. They might have picked something up on the drive.
You Gun Learn, your leaders in Class 6. Not Guilty in second. Liquid Addiction looks like they are still in third. Ooh, Liquid Addiction's going to be deck-to-deck with Sailing By, though, as they come across the start-finish line. They will complete lap 1. You Gun Learn, Not Guilty. Liquid Addiction and Sailing By round out the top 4.
Looks like Smith Brothers is down in the water. They are moving under their own power still, but they can't seem to be able to get back up to speed again. It looked like they made an attempt to do it, but whatever's causing them issues, they gave up.
According to our spotter, they have not contacted race control, so they're not asking for any assistance. Go into this corner. This is going to be a good one in Class 6. You Gun Learn had the lead. Not Guilty was in second. Liquid Courage had pulled away from Sailing By to move up into third. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Boat Floater continues to lead in Super V Light. We Haul Boats not losing a lot of ground on the back straightaway. Octane actually lost more ground than I had anticipated heading down the back straightaway. There we see boatfloater.com. They come into turns 3 and 4. The Kildahl father and son team
had a little incident last year in Key West and got the boat run over and broken up pretty bad. So they have been back and shored it all up and are ready to run again this year.
Caught a glimpse of Cleveland Construction there, running in Supercat, uncontested. This will complete lap 3 for them. No war paint this weekend, Smitty?
No, I spoke to Patty and Bob. They unfortunately, fortunately for them, they had a family wedding they had to attend. Unfortunately for us, but you know, outside of this boat racing, life does go on.
It does?
That's supposed to.
Does your wife feel that way?
I don't know. I told my family that nobody can have funerals or weddings or parties or anything like that in the summertime.
During the summer.
Yeah. Well, when you have a pleasure boat, you tend to kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
Boat Floater continues to lead in Super V Light. We Haul Boats in second. Smitty, We Haul Boats is running good, though. He's not losing a lot of ground.
No, he's hanging in there pretty tough. I mean, they've been working really hard on that boat.
In Class 6, coming down the back straightaway, You Gun Learn continues to lead. Not Guilty in second. Liquid Courage in third. Boats kind of spread out just a little bit more. Mike and Warren in You Gun Learn. I will say it again, that if Smith Brothers cannot finish this race, this will be a big swing in the points battle. You Gun Learn led Smith Brothers by just about 50 points, I believe.
Now you can see the split on your screen right now of the Super V Light boats. They've got a pretty good little split between them. Mikey was going to the outside and We Haul Boats to see if he could find a little bit of clean water. Here comes your
Smith Brothers. You're back up on plane, it looks like.
Oh, very nice.
But definitely not running at speed. Can tell by how much the boat is hopping around. They appear to have some sort of mechanical issue. They will go a lap down now, though. You Gun Learn entered the corner and right behind him.
Being as they're running for points, though, every lap they finish ends up being more points. Is that correct, Smitty?
Yeah, well, you never know. You know, you have to keep running because one of the other boats could break.
Right.
You know, positions can change. So you really, if you can get back up and running, it's to your benefit. Doesn't look like they're running very hard, though.
No. So Class 6 is going to be coming across the start-finish line. This will be completing lap 2 for them. You Gun Learn continues to lead.
Cleveland Construction to the outside of them again. He's going to stay on the outside. Still running pretty hard, though. Ed hasn't really backed off of it.
Smitty, Not Guilty, is not losing a whole bunch of ground to You Gun Learn. I think that checkered flag was inspiring to Ray Ray. Like you said, Geritol or something happening. And there you see Liquid Addiction in third. And there goes Cleveland Construction on the outside.
Now, Cleveland obviously has more speed in it than he's running right now, but he is running unopposed. But obviously he's not just going to go out and take a ride in the park. He's going to run that boat a little bit, give the fans here something to see. He has, I mean, all the fans here in St. Clair love that boat. As I said, I'm pretty sure every one of them has a Cleveland Construction t-shirt.
Smitty, look at this, the bottom end of the course. It looks like We Haul Boats is caught up to Boat Floater. Battling in the bottom corner. Good for Mikey and Val getting it figured out. Boatfloater.com on the inside. We Haul Boats on the outside. From what we can see on the screen, about a rooster tail length, maybe a little bit more behind.
Yeah, they definitely made some time up
there. They did. They made a lot of time up. And it is about a rooster tail length. Go Mikey and Val.
As the boats get lighter, We Haul Boats could be pulling a little bit more speed just because of the fact he's starting to drop a little fuel, getting the boat a little looser.
Smitty, I will say that's the best I've seen We Haul Boats run all year. They've got that boat figured out. It's flat. It's not chime walking side to side. Looks like the nose is hung up good.
Yeah, no, that's really impressive for those two.
Yeah,
you know?
it is.
You know, really, plus the past races they've been running is just haymakers out in the ocean, which doesn't do much for your skills here. So,
right.
You know, that's really, really good.
But we know that Mike and Val have been looking for the speed and trying to get as much out of it as they can. As you see, third place in Super V Light. Now, the Super V Light winnings will also be unofficial because of tech inspection. These boats will have to get weighed and their motors have to be checked, and some other things need to happen once this race is over. Mama is under tow, still unclear of what the mechanical issue was. I know that Jay and Kyle felt really good about that boat, Smitty. They were looking forward to getting out there in that thing. Unfortunately, it didn't even make a lap.
Yeah, you know, it's a new toy for them. You always want to get out there and see what it has. They looked really, really good on the start. You know, who knows? Maybe they got tangled up in turn one there, or, you know, stern drive is the weak link on some of these boats sometimes, so they might have had a drive failure.
Now, this is interesting. If you look down the course, you'll see Class 6. Now I think Smith Brothers is back up to speed because You Gun Learn never caught him.
Well, if I was the Smith Brothers, I'd get out in front of You Gun Learn and maybe try and coax him on to catch him.
Yeah.
Maybe he'd break out.
Cleveland Construction going by in front of us, still running, taking a nice run out there.
Cameras nor helicopters can keep up with Cleveland Construction on this race course today. Breeze picking up a little bit. Smitty, how much of an effect is that having on Cleveland Construction?
None.
Oh.
None. You know, you're head on into the wind. You'll pack a little more in the tunnel, but there isn't really enough here to upset that boat at all. You know, today. You know, you say he's just out there running, but it really is a good test time because you know, you're on a race course with medical, with all the support. You know, and it's a good test session because when you're out there on your own, you're always a little leery about putting it in a turn as hard as you normally would without, you know, medical and everybody over your head.
Now You Gun Learn has gotten around Smith Brothers. It appears that Smith Brothers slows coming out of turns 3 and 4 for some reason because now the boat is stuck back down in the water. And they're back off plane again, arms up in the air. They're pulling back to the inside of the course, so their mechanical issue isn't quite over yet. You Gun Learn leading in Class 6. Warren Exner and Mike Vicino on board. Not Guilty and Liquid Addiction round out your top 3, and in 4th you see Sailing By come across the start-finish line.
And here comes our token Canadian.
Kevin Smith, or Kevin Adams, not Kevin Smith, Kevin Adams.
Kevin Adams.
And you see Smith Brothers back in the middle of the course. It looks like the motor's running, Smitty. I can see the steam you're speaking of coming out of the back of it, but
yeah, I think it's heating up on them. They're trying to get it cooled off, and they get back up and running for a little bit.
tough day for those guys. Boatfloater.com pulled out back in front of Weehall Boats. Not quite sure what happened there.
They might have checked their rearview mirror.
Yeah. I would think the Killdalls have a camera, but I could be wrong. Val Fiorillo and Mikey Ogden. But they've, you know, even since last year, Smitty, those guys have come such a long way.
Yeah, they have put a lot of work into that boat. I know they had a lot of bottom work done to it. They've done a nice job. Octane, your third place in Super V Light. Can't seem to pull it in, and actually he looks like he's a little off the pace right now. Not sure what's going on with that, but he's just doesn't seem to be pulling the RPMs, and the other two boats are definitely pulling away from him.
Jimmy's running with his son now, and I think he's first couple of races he's been taking a little easy. Oh, we just got a note that Cleveland Construction's pulling in with an engine problem.
Oh.
That's a shame. Like I told you, he'd run it till he exploded.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
That's unfortunate. They'll be pulling back into the Pine River.
That's a shame, too, because the fans out here love him. They like to see it. But Ed obviously is not going to do damage, and certainly doesn't want to be out there and hinder the other racers by being out there on the course trying to run slower.
I don't know. He might still be able to outrun them on one motor.
Yeah, most of them. Yeah, that's probably true.
You Gun Learn continues to lead in Class 6. Not Guilty in third. No real changes with Liquid Courage, or Liquid Addiction rather, in third. Smith Brothers still idling in the middle of the course. I don't think they're going to try and make a go at it again. I think they're going to pretty much call it for the day. And an unfortunate shakeup in the points. If You Gun Learn can come out of this, I keep saying Your Gun Learn. It's You Gun Learn.
You Gun Learn.
You Gun Learn.
It's early in the season yet. You know, the momentum changes. Smith Brothers could get right back on track, and then Mike Bocchino could have some problems with You Gun Learn. So they know that. We've been through this 1,000 times. You
Yep.
have good seasons, off seasons, but you just got to stay in the fight and keep swinging. And the Smith brothers there, I mean, they've been around racing a long, long time, and hats off to them. They are true professionals. I feel bad for them today, but they'll be back.
Yeah, they've spent an awful lot of time. I mean, they took the boat out to Lotto. They got a second. They hired on a hired gun driver because one of them couldn't run in the boat that weekend, and they've obviously spent a bunch of time trying to stay with this series. Now it looks like they're trying to get back up on plane again.
Ugun Learn continues to lead in Class 6. Not Guilty coming around in second. Father and son team also based out of Maryland.
Longtime racers with us in Maryland.
Well, what you're going to see there on the Ugun Learn at the Atlantic City race, they had a fairly substantial lead and kind of rolled off and went into cruise control. Figure they had that one in the bag and never looked back. And Ray Merck snuck up on them and got underneath them, and once he did, they couldn't reel him back in. So I can pretty much guarantee they're wide open right now.
Look at the battle in Super V Light, boatfloater.com, and We Haul Boats. We Haul Boats caught back up. Mikey and Val like something on the bottom end of this course because that's where they appear to be making up their ground. Back within a rooster tail length. If the Killdalls make a mistake, Mike and Val are right there to capitalize on it.
Yeah, don't forget they are not GPS. They're not GPS limited, so as long as they can get up in there on them, then they can use all the speed they got to try and pull ahead.
Here come your third place boat in Super V Light, Octane. Remember, Whoa Mama went out not even completing the first lap.
And one of our safety boats has them apparently under tow. That's an awesome function of all these safety boats out here. They take care of the racers, want to make sure they get their boats back in safe and sound. Keep them off the course until the race is over.
You see Liquid Courage going through Liquid Addiction. See, I can't.
Liquid Addiction.
Liquid Addiction. Liquid Addiction. Liquid Addiction. We'll just keep saying it until we get it right.
Well, we do have a Liquid Courage.
We do have a Liquid Courage. We do. It's a Class 5. No, he moved that boat down to Class 6, didn't he?
I believe so,
I think he did. They were trying to do it as a Class 5. Looking at Not Guilty. Second place.
Not too far back, though. I mean, you could just barely see the wake of the boat in front of Ugun Learn. I actually got to sit in on the safety meeting that they had the other night here, and they were talking about taking these boats under tow and whatnot. And one thing they did say is because of the massive current that we have here on the St. Clair River, if a boat really becomes a problem, you just let it go for a couple minutes, and it just gets washed right off the course. So at least on the bottom end, that's very handy.
Ugun Learn continues to lead in Class 6. They will be coming around and going for lap 7. So I think this will actually be Class 6 last lap. If I'm looking at our scoring sheets correctly. I've been trying to keep up with scoring, but my wife and our score lap counter have tried to help do the best they can. It's a bit tricky. It's not easy. I mean, it's not easy to count laps in boats either, is it, boys?
It's impossible.
Nah. Especially when you're in a battle and you forget. And then you don't pull that tape and you're like, oh no.
Did I pull it? Did I not pull it?
So Super V Light, Killdalls continue to lead in boatfloater.com over We Haul Boats. We're looking at Ugun Learn. Remember, in Class 6, it's unofficial until those GPSs are red.
And because most of those boats are very powerful, they can pretty much almost all fairly easily break out of their speed bracket. So as we talked about with Ty Edmonds earlier, it's very important to watch that GPS and try and stay right underneath it. Right, Mike?
Yeah, interesting move there, Smitty. If you could see the monitor, Val and Mikey went right to the pin. I mean, and Killdalls went out much, much wider to carry that speed. Maybe Mikey and Val have a little bit more acceleration in the bag.
Well, there's two different boats there, too. The Extreme, in my opinion, doesn't corner as well as the Phantom does. It tends to hop in and out when you get it into the turn. So they may be trying to float it out there a little bit and avoid that, where Mikey can get in on the inside.
And Mike's way into the inside. We Haul Boats way into the inside, still about a rooster tail length behind. They will have to contend with lap traffic and Not Guilty. Boatfloater.com is an incredibly consistent machine, though. The Killdalls know how to run that boat.
Yeah, of all the boats that we have here today, they're the only ones that have their own their very own model boat. You can buy an
Yes.
RC boat of the boat floater on hobbyking.com.
When are we going to see a model Was Up boat?
Yeah, when are you doing that one?
Anthony can build a motor for it, right?
Yeah, sure. It is up and coming. Michael Stancombe, I think, has a business now.
He does. I own one of them.
Do you own one of them?
Yeah.
And he's been doing really, really well with it. I'm impressed.
They're cool. It's a lot of fun.
Yep.
Pro Marine RC. Very cool.
There you go. There you go, Mike. Little plug
There you
for
go,
buddy.
Mike.
Mike Stancombe.
Love you, buddy. No, great boats. Mike did a great job because he put together a very fast, very good handling boat right from the start, and he sold it to people. And you can put these boats together for about the same amount of money, but just like putting together a real boat, you've got to do all this experimentation and all this other crap to get it right. And like Mikey, when he bought his boat, put it on the water, zip, there it goes, fast, handles great, looks great. They got a great thing going there.
And drove right into the side of Ted Kennedy's
control
boat and sunk it.
Yeah, kind of sunk mine, but
I mean, literally drove square into the side of it, put 2 big holes in it, and down she went.
Boat racing will be boat racing.
Yeah.
Well, Mama is coming back in front of race control under tow. Unfortunate day for those guys, but they will be back, hopefully, for Port Huron.
They're getting an assist. Note that we have both the sheriffs and one of our patrol boats bringing them in.
It's a nice Edgewater center console, too.
It is a heck of a way to end a race, but at the same time, it's still floating. They're happy. Everything. I mean, they're standing up on top, healthy, happy. That's all we really need. Looks like most of the boat is still intact.
BoatFloater.com continues to lead in Super V Light as we cheer for Whoa Mama going by. Kyle Treemaster Miller and Jay Waltman. Jay Waltman's got some experience throttling the boat, doesn't he, Smitty?
Yeah, he's been in a few of them. You know, he's been in some pretty good battles over the years. That's why I said don't count them out, because the two of them, they don't care.
Right.
You know, that unfortunately they had that situation there, but they would have been in this game today.
BoatFloater.com going down into the bottom end of the course, leading over WeHaulBoats.com. Now you're looking at You Gun Learn. They have led start to finish so far in Class 6, and I believe this will be their last lap, or they will be completing their last lap this time round.
Yeah, and it looks like Ray is just not going to be able to. They are just not going to be able to pull up on him. Not guilty. It's just not going to be able to close the gap at this point in time. They don't have enough time, and obviously they have to worry about that speed on the GPS.
BoatFloater.com comes by. Look at our lap sheet very quickly. They've got 2 laps left after this. We just got word from race control that the freighter inbound has slowed, trying to allow to get this race on. But Smitty, you said something interesting during the drivers' meeting. You said if we had 1 lap left, we're going to run it.
Yeah, well, we're here. You know,
right.
We'll get it done.
Let's sell that beer in the beer truck. Not guilty in second. Just haven't been able to catch You Gun Learn. Smitty, what do you think? Another battle of GPS is here?
I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. These guys are good. You know, like I said before, I don't know how they do it. But, you know, Frankie will read the GPSs and he'll address whatever he needs to. But, you know, hopefully everybody ran a good, clean race today and we award the winners.
Well, I know you've got to be proud of Liquid Addiction. You want those guys to have a good race, and they've done it. Jim Jackson in their throttling today seemed to help them out quite a bit.
Yeah, no, they're doing really, really well. The boats, you know, it's another one of those 24 Carraras. It's not exactly the greatest handling boat on the water. A little squirrely, but they're competitive. You know, hats off to them.
Yeah, you can see going up that straight, you can see a little bit of chine walk, little side-to-side hop there as you see Salem go by.
The entry from Kanukistan.
A.
Sorry, A.
Kevin Adams told us yesterday that he has to pay a fee every time he comes into the United States.
He has to pay a fee?
A fee.
Really?
Because he's got some sort of a record.
Yeah.
We were hoping it was for something cool, but apparently it was just for some vandalism.
Something, whatever. I'm sure he really wants that out broadcast, Mike, but okay. Anyway, there's a whole thing.
He'll deal. He'll be fine.
There you go.
WeHaul Boats continues to lead in Super V Light. This should be the last lap for Class 6. Cleveland Construction pulled off early with a mechanical failure, unfortunately for them. But like Smitty said, they've got 8 other ponies in the shop, so they'll be ready for Michigan City in a week. And then are they going to run Port Huron the following?
I think they are.
Okay.
I haven't really spoke to Ed about that.
I'm sure most of his fans would run up to Port Huron to see him race again.
But
And that should actually work out well, too, because since he's not going to be finishing his laps, we should be able to get the Super V lights done here pretty quickly and the 6s, so it'll help us with this freighter that's coming down here.
Right, right.
Boatfloater.com goes into the bottom end of the course. There we look at Liquid Courage.
Addiction.
He did it again.
He did it
I know.
again.
Liquid Addiction.
Sorry, Alan.
Liquid. Now we're getting word from race control guys that they are going to stop the race. This is it. So we should see checkered flags for all classes come by. I think Class 6 has got to be done, and I think Super V Light was on their last lap or almost very close to it. Although you don't see the freighter coming around the corner quite yet. And even when it gets to that corner, what's it? It's about 15 minutes before it's here, right?
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You've got Coast Guard and other officials up there in race control, and they're not going to fool around. If that thing even gets close, they're going to stop it.
We are waving the red flag. The red flag is out on the start-finish boat.
So what happens, Smitty? Are we going to restart this then?
Well, we're showing a checkered and a red, so they might be done.
Take a look at our lap count sheet here. That might be it for Super V Light. Maybe they don't think so, but there you see the start-finish boat. A lot of red flags waving up there now. Look at that. One in the front, one in the aft. Red flags on the start-finish boat. But Smitty, you can attest, it's kind of hard to see out of a canopy boat. It's not, your vision is not the greatest.
Yeah, you're not looking for much other than that transom you're staring at right in front of you.
Right.
Exactly.
The pace boats will pick them up. The pace boats roll up on the corners. That's where they're paying attention to looking for buoys. And the pace boats will grab them right there.
Here comes You Gun Learn. Again, a red flag, checkered flag situation. Octane slows, gets ready to pull in the course. Here comes You Gun Learn.
We should mention that these freighters, especially as they come downbound, because of the current here, they must maintain at least a little bit of speed over the current or they can't steer. So there's only so much. If he was going against the current and coming upwards, he could actually slow down pretty well and give them the time. These guys, I've heard them talking to the captains on the radio, and the captains are really, really helpful. It's amazing, these commercial captains, their professionalism, and how much help they give us to do this race here, because they will do whatever they can to try and let us get these races off. And unfortunately, just physics takes over at some point, and he has to maintain steerage to come down with the current.
Well, Smitty, it's funny. They all are seeing each other continue to race, and they're not stopping. Coast Guard is now officially standing in the control tower, so we're not quite sure what's going to happen here.
They'll gather them up at the top turn. What do we have for laps there, Mikey? Were we done, or we had one more?
We were close. We were within a lap or two of being done, so you might need to run up to race control there and make the decision.
Yeah, let me take a stroll up there and see what's going on. And then after that, I'm going to go fire up my hot rod. So I'll see you gentlemen later on.
We look forward to a good run in the Purple People Eater.
Yeah, I'll see if I can come in here and get you wet.
Thank you. That'd be awesome.
It's not our equipment.
Get that young lady right there.
She just gave me a dirty look.
Yeah, she did.
So, I got a little smile out of her.
Thanks for being part of it, Smitty. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. You're the best.
All right, so we are under a red checkered flag situation here. Smitty's going to head up to race control to see exactly what we're going to do. They were going to try. Okay, race control is telling us there will not be a restart in Class 6. I guess we're going to wait to hear what Super V Light is going to do.
Mike, it looked to me.
Our spotter is saying that she thinks it is done. So,
Mike, it looked to me like there wasn't going to be much change in Super V Light. So I think that they would probably all agree that they don't really have to do a restart.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough on them to do a restart also. They have to wait around and all that. I'm pretty sure that unless somebody really, really had a fit, that they would probably just take the standings as it is.
Well, and it would delay. You know, the problem with the restart is the restart would delay the second start. Now with the freighter coming through, we're going to be able to relax a little bit, take a couple minutes, make sure that everybody gets their equipment ready to go in the third race. Coming up next, we're going to have Extreme, Class 1, Super Stock, and Class 3 for 9 boats total. Class 1 is going to be the race here to watch, I think.
Absolutely. Class 1, we are looking at Lightning Jacks, which is, that boat has been around a lot. They recently have just come back out on the water with it. Josh and John Woolley are phenomenal racers, and we really looking forward to seeing them back out. Wicked Sensation is a skater. It has Frank Nanya and Dave Wesseldike in it. Dave Wesseldike is a great engine builder from this area. They're going to be out there in Wicked Sensation. Here we go, which is the Bat Boat. We'll call it the Bat Boat because everybody knows what it is. Elliot Gray and a guest throttleman, Jay Mueller, who has throttled Jay Mueller, who has throttled probably, 50 boats?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Anybody needs somebody to throttle a boat? That's Jay.
Jay Muller's the luckiest guy in the world because he gets to show up to Key West and 2 years ago throttled 2 brand new boats, a brand new skater for WHM and a brand new Doug Wright for Tyler Excavating.
Well, so there you go. And Team 27 with John Jackman and Chip Miller, that is also a skater cat. We're going to be looking forward to that. That is going to be an awesome race in Class 1.
Class 1 is going to be a lot of fun. So what we'll do, we will go to a commercial break now. We will go talk to Race Control, find out what our time is. Still don't see the freighter coming around the corner. So this could be a little bit lengthy of a break. Why don't you go grab a snack, grab a beer, grab a beverage. Enjoy your afternoon.
Absolutely. And we're going to have, we will be back in just a little bit.
You're listening to Smooth Jazz 105.9.
Really? Oh, okay.
Henry H. Smith Company of Algonac, Michigan is happy to be one of the sponsors of this year's OPA race from the St. Clair River. Henry H. Smith Company, marine drive specialist since 1900. Whatever your need is, propeller service, new propeller, hardware service, marine hardware, Henry H. Smith has the experience and the reputation to solve your marine need. Check us out at henrysmith.com. The racing tradition continues with Henry H. Smith's commitment to performance services. Another hometown favorite is LaCroix's Riverside Pub. Great food, great times, great fun. Entertainment weekly and daily food specials. Sheila and Shelley LaCroix always make you feel welcome. Come for lunch or dinner. You'll enjoy yourself and see old friends and have such a great time. LaCroix's Riverside Pub on Clinton Avenue. Foster Blue Water Oil, founded in January of 2003 with the merger of two Michigan companies, Foster Oil Company and Blue Water Oil Company. Combined, they offer over 75 years of experience in the petroleum industry. Foster Blue Water Oil, along with our affiliates Blue Flame Propane, Sunrise Convenience Stores, Blue Water Oil Transport, and My Choice Energy, can accommodate any and all of your energy needs. Foster Blue Water Oil. Murphy Inn, restaurant, Spirits Hotel, all in St. Clair. Before or after the game, stop at Murphy Inn. Different specials every day. Happy hour 2 to 6 daily and 7 vintage hotel rooms. Half off large pizza every Monday, karaoke on Wednesday and Saturday, live music on Thursday and Friday. Murphy Inn has private dining area for showers and family parties. Murphy Inn, restaurant, Spirits Hotel in St. Clair since 1836.
Look, Max, Henry Ford Hospital. It was established in 1915 with 6 hospital locations, 31 medical centers, and employing over 23,000 people. Wow, Max, there's the Henry Ford, educating old and young alike about the past and the future. Aren't you proud to be a Ford dealer, Max?
AZ Plan customers lease a 2016 Ford F-150 XLT for only $219 per month with $28.39 cash due at signing.
Since 1989, Pepper Joe's on the banks of the Pine River in beautiful St. Clair has been serving great food. The menu features all-American fare with something for everyone, even the kiddos. Pickle nugs, little golden nuggets of our dill pickles, carved turkey club, and fried mac and cheese burger. Just some of the great food at Pepper Joe's on the Pine River in St. Clair. Happy to support OPA racing along the St. Clair River.
Welcome back. This is Gene Boyd here with Dan Eves, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
Mike Pappas.
Nice to meet you, Mike. Anyways, guys, so behind us is the crane picking up boats and lowering them back in. So, what can you guys tell me about the crane?
Well, we get the crane from Raymond's Excavating. They are gracious every year to help us out.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it's got great capability. You can lift about anything, and
yeah, I mean, look at it. It's enormous. So, how much weight can that crane pick up?
That's a very good question. Honestly, I don't have a good answer for you, but it's a brand new crane. This is the first year here for this crane. Max, I don't know, it does some pretty big jobs, though. I mean, it's the right crane for the right job.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. It can pick up anything. So,
never seen it fail.
yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. So, what boats did you guys just put in? Anything? Any good ones? Any ones you guys are rooting for?
FJ, Cleveland Construction we put in this morning. Also, that's our hometown hero. So
fantastic.
Yeah, love Ed Smith, and Channel 7 was down here interviewing him this morning, so that was fun.
Very cool.
But no, we've been doing this. This is my 10th year. I believe you're 21st.
22nd.
Okay.
Original member.
And I'm 23 years old, so you've been doing this almost longer than I've been alive. Props to you guys. That's impressive. So, anything else you guys want to talk about here with the crane?
Honestly, you know, if it wasn't for the volunteers, none of this would happen. So, I mean, hats off to everybody that helps out. But, you know, it's a lot of responsibility, shutting down the streets and making sure the boats get in safely. And, you know, that's our job, and we take it seriously. So
very good. And thank you for everything. Without you guys, we would not have this wonderful show to watch.
We love doing it.
It's great for the whole town. I mean, obviously, we get a lot of people here, and everybody leaves with a smile.
Yeah, I do. I know I do. It's absolutely fantastic coming down here. Got good food, great boats, and good people, you know? The last thing that we need to talk about then is safety. So what are some of the safety precautions that you guys take in order to make sure that the boats get in and out in a safe manner?
Honestly, the hot pits, our main rule is you have to have closed-toe shoes, no open sandals, no smoking. You have to have your proper credentials. Of course, everybody wants to come in, but you can't.
Yeah.
But mainly is no walking underneath the boat when we're swinging the boom. And that's very important because some boats have fallen off the crane, and not here.
Yeah.
Down in Florida, and that's been on video, so we don't want that to happen here.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely terrible, but very good, very good, very good. Anything you want to add,
Well,
Dan?
I mean, obviously, it is a big safety zone. I mean, it takes up a lot of streets and a lot of manpower, but it's to make sure everybody goes home, you know, with all of the parts that they came with, and we don't want to be on a different TV interview for the wrong thing.
Very good, very good, very good. So thank you guys so much for everything you do. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you guys do. Back to you guys. This has been Gene Boyd. absolutely fantastic to watch race. You guys are fast, and you win races. Absolutely fantastic. So, what makes it tick?
Well, the team runs a 38 fountain with twin Mercury 525s and a spec class where we can run wide open, no speed limit or bracket.
Okay.
Only rule is the boat has to weigh in at 8,500 pounds.
Okay.
No lighter. It could be heavier, just not any lighter.
So lighter, you go faster, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And the reason for that is all the boats in that class tend to run the same speeds and cause better competition that way. And the second boat, the was up to the green 24-foot Carrera, that runs in class 5, where there's a bracketed class of 75 miles per hour, which isn't incredibly impressive until you open the hatches on some of these class 5 boats. Mine in particular, I run a 510 cubic inch Oldsmobile block with big Chief Oldsmobile heads. It's
I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds very impressive.
It's got a pretty serious engine package going on in there. It's a 13-to-1 compression motor running 110 octane, anywhere between 110 and 116, making almost 1,000 horsepower.
Oh my gosh. So getting to max speeds of what?
Max speed's about 89, 90, right around there in the 24-footer, which is, you're holding on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we run it in the 75 mile per hour bracket. The reason for the huge increase in horsepower between the two boats is that class in particular is all about acceleration.
Okay.
Getting off the corners.
Yeah, around turns and stuff like that.
Right.
All right, sounds good. So who is your biggest competition tomorrow?
Tomorrow, well, they're all competitive.
Okay.
But the one that we have to watch out for is the 27 Kryptonite Whoa Mama.
Okay.
They're a brand new team, and the brand new teams tend to pull stuff out of their hat. You know what I mean?
All right.
You never expect it.
Yeah, we actually just got done interviewing, and they're like, "Hey, you stopped by the What's Up, guys." Like, awesome. Sounds like fun.
We're all from the same town in New Jersey, in Bricktown, and there's a good rivalry going on between the shops, and they're good guys, but we're looking to get them tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic. So, when you guys grew up in New Jersey, were you guys always in boats and like, "Hey, I'm going to race you one day," kind of thing, or how did that go?
Of course. Growing up in New Jersey, the water is 90% of what you do in New Jersey. The beaches, the boardwalks, the ocean, it's always there. And there's, it starts out small. You get a boat, your buddy gets a boat, you're riding up to the bar, and you're racing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
And it's how it starts. And, you tend to, take things to the next level with friends, and here we are.
You got this big old thing. That's fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you win, guys. You guys are always so much fun to watch.
Thanks for having us. It's always fun being in St. Clair.
Yeah, it is. My hometown. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much once again. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to the good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the St. Clair River Classic for 2016. We are here in beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. I am Ted Ginnity, and I am here with my good friend Mike Yawoski, and we are going to bring you the third race of this series of races today. We have some awesome boats lined up. We have some new boats that probably no one watching these races has ever seen before. So that's going to be interesting. We've got a great race shaping up in the next race between 4 of the Class 1 boats, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. In the meantime, I'd like to thank LaCroix's Riverside Pub, Murphy Inn, Beaver Lumber, and Pepper Joe's for helping us to bring this to you today. They are our sponsors for the live stream. And we appreciate it because we want the world to see this great race. Anybody who has not been here to St. Clair, you need to put it on your bucket list. It is one of the best places in the country to see a race. The people here are fantastic. The accommodations are great. And the Blue Water Offshore Race Association, does an absolutely fabulous job of putting this race on every year, making sure that it's safe and making sure that it goes off without a hitch. And so far, we haven't really had any hitches other than a huge freighter that came through the course and cut our last race short by just a little bit.
Bit of weather down to the south there.
Oh, yeah, looking like it.
Not sure if that's going to push up this way.
We will hope that that goes south. It looks like the wind is blowing south, and so that's going to blow it that way with any kind of luck. They all tell me that the rain tends to avoid St. Clair, Mike, so we'll see what happens.
Alcohol doesn't, but rain might.
Well, there's that. And then there's
Friday
that.
night was a bit rough.
So, Mike, the last race, what do you think?
The race to watch is for sure. The race for sure to watch is going to be Class 1. 4 boats. In fact, 3 of the 4 boats we don't see very frequently on OPA Lightning Jacks. We know with John and Josh on board, it's a very fast boat. Wicked Sensation, I know it raced in Solomon's 3 years ago. I think that was the last time the boat was out. It's an old skater hull with harness and surface drives. Here we go. The Batman boat, he raced in Lotto with Jay Muller. And Elliott Gray, it's a consistent boat. They know how to run it, so it'll be interesting to see. And then Team 27, John Jackman and Chip Miller. Another really fast boat. A couple Frank McComas motors in that also. So it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out. So we've got super stock in this race also. In the super stock class, we have, where's our super stock list there?
It's missing, Mike.
Oh, super
we've
stock
got
is missing.
FJ Propeller with Gary Ballou and
Ron
Zolak.
Yep. Flight Club Ron. And then Juice and Java with Ryan Beckley and, I'm drawing a blank.
Chris Economides.
No. Chris isn't in the boat.
Chris isn't in the boat?
I'm drawing a blank right now. Terribly sorry. But anyway, so that'll be super stock, and then we're going to have Class 3, which will be Battle of the Fountains, the 35-foot fountain known as Strictly Business, and the 38-foot fountain known as Was Up. Was Up has Ed and Anthony Smith in it, and Strictly Business has Louis G. Contieri and Pop-Pop Johnny Stanch.
Should be an awesome race with those boats.
Pop-Pop Johnny Stanch is the hero to many women.
All right, I'm back, I think.
All right,
I
out
got
there?
I got a little pierogi in there or something. Anyway.
All right.
Yeah, so it's going to be an awesome race. We're also going to see in the extreme class American Ethanol Cat Can Do. That boat, oddly enough, has Ed Smith and Keith Holmes in it. Now, Keith Holmes and Ed Smith were just out here in Cleveland Construction running in that. The American Ethanol Cat Can Do boat is coming at an extreme, and they're going to race that skater today. They are unopposed for that class.
We were waiting for the helicopter to refuel. It is up. I can see it down at the south end of the course. Andre Butler says, what are we waiting for? Hurry up. And I told him, tug it.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, where's Tuggett? Great. Last race. Sorry. Never mind, Andre.
So, do want to give a shout-out to Andre. I know he lost his sister here very recently. Andre, you are in our thoughts and prayers. Hope you're doing well, brother. Need to catch up soon and have a drink.
And while we're talking about Kevin, we should throw a little shout-out to Little Kev because I'm hoping Little Kev is listening today and feeling better. So we're going to hope for that anyway.
Little Kevin Murphy had a jet ski accident down in Maryland and been in the hospital for the past couple weeks, but we hear he's doing better. Give a shout-out to him also. And all of our Maryland boys back home not here with us this weekend. Don't know who's listening, but shout-out to all those guys. Helicopter doing a low flyby over the water.
Now, just to bring everybody up to speed, on the last race, we did end up stopping the race with about 1 lap to go for each of the classes. It was determined by OPA officials that nothing was really going to change in the lineup, so they did not bother restarting the race. We stopped it because there was freighter traffic coming down through here. This is thankfully, one of the only venues where we have to worry about huge, massive ships coming through the middle of the course.
Port Huron has to worry about it, too.
Well, yeah. But that's, yeah. Anyway, so we do appreciate the freighter captains. They do everything they can to try and help us out here at this site. And actually, that freighter captain pretty much dragged his feet as much as he could. But, when the Coast Guard says, nope, I want to get this race over with, then we get the race over with, and that's how it works.
This will be the last and final race of the day. Don't forget, you can keep up with your favorite teams at oparacing.org. They also have a kids program now. I believe that information is listed up on the website where we have a junior membership to OPA. So again, go to opaRacing.org for all that information. In 2 weeks, the group moves up to Port Huron, just about 20 minutes up the road. After that, out to Fall River, Massachusetts. Then short track racing, Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey. And then Ocean City, Maryland. So 4 more races left, and then the final World Championships will be in Englewood, Florida in mid-November. So always a good time, maybe to get down there for Englewood, see what's going on. Englewood's a good place, I hear.
We definitely want to throw out a thanks to all of the patrol boats out here from all the various agencies that patrol the water here. Everybody from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, the Coast Guard, the various sheriff's offices, the fire boats. Everybody is out here today helping out with this race. It is huge. Transport Canada is out with their boats. We really appreciate all the help that we get to have this race, not only to make it safe, but also to make sure it's secure and that everyone is everyone's on the same page out here. Up there in the command center, they have all the various agencies up there. Everybody's talking to one another, and these guys do a great job. While we're waiting for a couple of minutes here, I think we're going to catch up with the Whoa Mama team. Our roving reporter did a quick interview. Our roving reporter, Gene Boyd, caught up with them and did a quick little interview.
Hey, welcome back. This is Gene Boyd here with Kyle and Jay. So guys, tell me a little bit about your boat. What boat do you have?
Super V Light.
Didn't you guys win last year?
Yeah.
Well, so what class did you guys win?
Class 6, not class.
Nice. That's absolutely fantastic. So with Class 6, that means you can guys go, what, 70 miles an hour?
Yeah.
And you guys cannot pass that, right?
Correct.
How fast can your boat go?
This one?
Yeah.
91, 92-ish.
On the water, that is hauling. That is moving really, 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 really fast. So, guys, the race is tomorrow. What are you guys doing today to prepare for it?
Moving some weight around, picking props, just testing, getting everything ready to go.
All right. Have you guys already been out on the water yet?
Not today, no.
Not yet? Are you guys even going to go out?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so what are you guys looking for when you guys are out on the water? Like choppy water, do you want that, not want that? I assume you do.
There's only one thing we want, and that's speed.
All right.
That's it.
And so how do you get the most amount of speed?
Move some weight around, depending upon what the water is, change props, spacers in the drives, stuff like that.
So when you say move weight around, what do you mean?
Well, the whole boat, it goes off the center of gravity.
Okay.
So you want to get it back as far as possible so the whole front of the boat is up and out of the water, and the ride's on the tail, you know? So we got to move some stuff around. Water conditions always changes it.
Jay, do you have anything to add?
No, just hope we win tomorrow.
All right, that sounds good. Well, best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
You guys will do absolutely fantastic. I'll be watching for you guys, cheering for you guys.
Appreciate it.
Best of luck.
Man.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, back to you guys at the studio.
Well, that was awesome. It's unfortunate that Whoa Mama ended up breaking today. We still haven't got a report as to what happened to that boat, but I'm sure that they'll get it patched up and be back up here ready to go Port Huron. They definitely came out to a nice start, Mike. Unfortunately, they got about halfway around the course and had some kind of mechanical difficulty. We saw them get towed back in.
Yeah, you know, offshore powerboat racing is a race of attrition. You know, you have to be able to finish to win it, and these boats, no matter what class they're in, Class 7 all the way up to Extreme, get put through a pretty rigorous process out here racing, and finishing is half the battle. Just like in NASCAR, in any form of motorsports, you got to be able to finish to win it. So we see the boats coming to the Pine River. There's the Batman boat, owned by Elliott Gray, rather. Man, names are just not my friend today. Elliott Gray and throttled by Jay Muller. And there you see FJ Propeller, one of the two super stock boats we have here today. You'll be looking for Juice and Java Cafe also to be running against them, a Doug Wright versus a Skater Hull.
Now, we should note that these are all catamarans that you see out on the course right now. The one set of catamarans obviously has outboards on it. Those are the super stocks. The ones that don't have the outboards on them are all of our Class 1 boats. The Batman boat is a huge favorite around here in St. Clair. All the kids love it. Everybody wants their pictures taken with it. The team has been fantastic. They give autographs. They give out, you know, T-shirts and all this other kind of stuff. Fantastic guys. They love coming out. They love seeing all the crowds and everything. And obviously the crowds love seeing that boat out here. The paint on that boat is absolutely unbelievable when you look at the detail on the paint on it.
It's very cool. There you see Team 27 from about 20 minutes south of here, another local team.
And in your extreme class, we have American Ethanol Cat Can Do. This is absolutely the fastest boat on the course today. It is Keith Holmes on the throttles, and Ed Smith from Riverbend Marina is driving for him today. Cat Can Do has a great sponsorship from American Ethanol, and they have really stepped up their game. That boat is running very, very well.
Pulling double duty as they ran the Super Cat entry of Cleveland Construction earlier today. So going to have a little bit more power and hopefully a little bit more luck.
Looking at Wicked Sensation, 79 just was on your screen. Another boat. Mike, I've never seen that boat run, I don't think. So
it was in Solomon's a few years ago.
Was it?
Yep.
Well, I don't watch the races in Solomon's, Mike.
Old skater hull, got some big power in it with Arneson surface drives. They will also be running Class 1. There on your screen you see Was Up. Not the original Was Up. That's Was Up number 2. The original Was Up is an open Viper that sits at home and is a playboat now.
Was Up dominated the OSS Super V class for a couple of years. They have pretty much dominated wherever they went. They were racing spec class. Now they race in, today they're going to be racing Class 3 against Strictly Business. Now those guys have traded wins back and forth. Louie and Smitty and Anthony have traded wins back and forth. And who does Louie have in the boat with him today?
Johnny Pop-Pop Stanch.
Who has another guy who's between all those 4 guys, they've probably got what, 750,000 miles on the water?
Oh yeah. and between Louie and Smitty, you won't find a better group of friends. In fact, Louie sits on the board of directors for OPA. So very good friends, also very good competitors, as you see St. Clair, Macomb County Sheriff's Department head up on their jet skis.
Yeah, the thing about this racing is, and I have witnessed this so many times, that any competitor here will do virtually anything else for their fellow competitors. We've seen engines come out, we've seen engines borrowed, we've seen engines traded around. We had an unbelievable situation here a few years ago where a team had broken an engine, another team lent them an engine, and then we ended up, in fact, the team that with the borrowed engine won against the team that had lent them the engine. So it's pretty amazing to see these guys out here. They race for the sport of it, absolutely.
Now, I did just see some cloud-to-ground lightning just to the south of us on the Canadian side. Was one bolt that came down. So obviously race control is going to be monitoring the weather. We will go ahead and pull up the weather on our Apple smartphone.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I did just get a text from the director of our poker run next weekend. So.
Oh, very nice.
So we are waiting for the start of the second race. I don't know. I would imagine these guys will do a parade lap. Not everybody out here got to see the course the first time around.
Yeah, once again, they should do a parade lap around the entire course. Once they finish that, they will end up back down at the south end of the course. They will mill around their pace boats. Once the pace boats have everybody in place and everything is good, then we will actually get a start going. No, I think we're good.
So we are monitoring the weather. It looks pretty bad over the Canadian side. It continues to build, but we hope that we'll be able to get this race off. Again, just waiting for the parade lap to start.
All right, Mike, you'll notice that the helicopter's pretty much done an entire lap of the course now, so I think that they pretty much cleared it. That's going to be important. Racecom won't let anything go until Angel 1, who is the helicopter, has checked out the course. Looks like the pace boats are starting to get going now. Going to bring up those cats and the 2 Super Vs and bring them down the course.
Well, Louie and Johnny Stanch are in an interesting position going backwards down the course. Not sure if it was them that was kind of holding things up and getting people out off the wall, but you can see the 38 Scarab pace boat, yellow flag up, just barely starting to come up on plane. He'll take the first group around, which will include Extreme and Class 1. And then in the second start, we will have the Super Stock boats. And in the third start, we will have Class 3, the Battle of the Fountains, we'll call it.
And we're going to go back and forth calling those Super Vs, or at least I probably will go back and forth calling them Super Vs and Class 3 because that's really what they are, is Super Vs. So please don't get confused because we certainly are.
Those things can happen when you get old. And it's been a fairly long day. So there you see Lightning Jacks, American Ethanol, Batman boat, Team 227, still waiting on Wicked Sensation to get up on a plane. But remember, this is just the parade lap. This will be a loud race, ladies and gentlemen. As they say in NASCAR, crank it up. Well, as good as you can on your computer. Although I have seen some people have plugged the HDMI cable into their television at home. I think Ryan Williamson from Perdition said something about that.
I did that for one of the races that they ran down in when LSB ran down in Florida.
Yep.
Had the whole bar watching it.
As we head up the course with Extreme and Class 1, here come the Super Stocks. FJ Propellers and Juice and Java Cafe. In this class, both boats made the trip up from Florida. I want to give a big shout out to Gary Ballou and Ryan Beckley for supporting this race site, as they have done so for many, many years. Interesting, Gary Ballou races overseas. I'm not sure if he's doing it this year or not, but he has raced XCAT series over in Dubai quite a bit. I don't know if he's doing it this year or not, but he has done it in years past and been very successful. He also runs Class 1 in one of the Dubai boats.
Yeah, if you're a paid gun and they will ship you over to the Middle East to race a boat, you know you're pretty much on top of your game at that point. And quite frankly, Ryan and Gary are probably two of the most professional racers out there.
Yes. There you see Strictly Business and Was Up in Class 3.
Now, all these guys love each other like brothers, but quite frankly, when that green flag drops, they are going to race for everything. Apparently, what I understand is there was a bet that went on, and supposedly Johnny Stantz was supposed to be washing Smitty's boat. Well, Smitty says his boat's still dirty, but now they're going for best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, so
we'll see how that works out. I hope somebody's got their bucket.
It's convenient how he's picked a race site where you don't necessarily have to wash the boat because it's fresh water. You still have to wash it, but it's not like racing back home where you're racing the salt water and everything gets a hose down bath. There you see Extreme in Class 1 on the back straightaway.
Now, what we should see on their start is the Extreme boat, the Cat Can Do boat, should be to the outside. He is faster. Those boats are always started to the outside. They will allow them they'll pull ahead, but it will also keep them out of the way of the Class 1 boats. But that's going to be the race today, I think, is to watch these Class 1 boats dice it up, Mike.
Yeah, that will be the race of the day. It's going to be good to see Cat Can Do get out there, stretch your legs out just a little bit. If they can keep it together. Probably see speeds well north of 140 miles an hour out of Cat Can Do.
He is running an extreme class, which means his speeds are unlimited. But obviously, there are certain limitations on these boats just because of the race conditions and whatnot. It's not like trying to run in a straight.
So they're going to go down and get into their mills. The Super Stock group is coming down right in front of the gravel pile now on the Canadian side of this split race course. You know, technically you're supposed to have a passport every time you cross in and out of Canada. So they're over there kind of quietly.
I think as long as they don't go feet dry, Mike, it's okay.
Okay.
There you go. But if they do go feet dry, apparently they get instant citizenship or something. I don't know.
Oh, awesome.
Or jailed. I don't know. It's one or the other.
So as we get ready to get to our mill, that storm isn't really growing. It's not really moving. It just kind of seems to be parked to our south. So I think we're going to be able to get this race off. Did get a little bit more of a breeze. It has cooled off a little bit since this morning, but it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been a long day of racing here. Got to thank everybody for all the support. Race Control, Bob Courier, Blue Water Offshore, Brian Kowalski. You know, all you guys put this race together and do such a great job at it. It's always a pleasure to come up here and look forward to coming back for many, many years. So as we get ready to start our third and final race of the day.
Absolutely. We'd also like to thank Pepper Joe's, awesome restaurant and bar here in St. Clair. They're one of the sponsors of our broadcast. Henry H. Smith Company, Bill McDonald Ford, and Foster Blue Water Oil. All of these great companies have put their money towards this broadcast. Really, quite frankly, they know that people all over the world are going to see it. You may not come in and pay money to their establishment, but in the end, we hope that anybody will come up here and visit St. Clair and see what a great place it is, because this town is they're very much behind this race, and they really like showing off up here. It is a beautiful place to be. We love coming here.
Awesome, awesome town, awesome town. Thank you very much. All right. It looks like the boats are trying to line up. Not much of a mill happening on our screen. I don't know if they're going to try and expedite this start as quick as they can. But it does look like a red flag is still on the pace boat, so they're not quite ready yet. And if they are, Cat Can Do is in the not proper spot because we want them to be on the outside for the start of this event. There you see Wicked Sensation, that's Lightning Jacks. And then Trees.
And then Trees. We get a little bit of a bend here. Yesterday, a freighter was coming through, and Bob Courier, who is the race control lead here, was talking to me, and he says, yeah, they come up around that bend, and I swear it looks like they're going to go right through the middle of the course, but they never do. Well, lo and behold, the freighter came up, and yep, he went right through the middle of the course. So Bob called him up and was talking to the captain, and he said, you know, Captain, I really appreciate you not running over our buoys and whatnot. You made a nice run by that turn there. But unfortunately, you were on the wrong side of the buoy, so we're going to have to disqualify you. So the captain basically said, well, he was pretty sure he wasn't going to be able to make the turn up at the top of the course to go back down, so he was fine with that. But these captains here are fantastic, very professional. They're moving an awful lot of iron, and they work very, very hard to make sure that they help us out as much as they can.
They do indeed, and it's a big coordinating effort, but luckily there's a computer program that allows race control to be able to track them. So even before the day, you know, even before race day comes about, they know where those freighters are going to go. They know where they're going to be. They can time it. The Coast Guard's in contact with them. Race control's in contact with them. So it's great to have such support here to be able to pull off such an event. Remember, this event's been going on for 22 years.
Absolutely. And we should explain, we're here on the St. Clair River, but the St. Clair River, it connects Lake Huron with, well, Lake St. Clair down by Detroit, but then further down past Detroit, and that's where these freighters are moving up and down all day long. It's basically this is a traffic corridor for these freighters and these barges, and they have an entire control system that I believe is based in Port Huron that basically monitors where everybody is on the river at all times. And so they really got their stuff together. They can pretty much put a boat wherever they need to.
Yeah, it's very cool. And it's a hugely coordinated effort as we get ready, hopefully to go to a start here soon. Not sure what the holdup is. Our spotter has not been providing the information as needed. This will be the third and final race of the day. Don't forget you can go to oparacing.org.
And we will tell you that if any of your friends missed this, this race will be up on the OPA Racing YouTube channel, so they can watch it pretty much anytime they want. Want a big shout out to any of the local establishments that are watching this on CTV6. CTV6 provides all of our production facilities here and all of our fantastic production assistants, which, by the way, most of them are students and do a remarkable job with what they do.
All right, we can see on our screen pace boats coming up on plane. Big rooster tail, that number 638 Scarab. Now it looks like American Ethanol is going to stay to the inside of this mess.
Well, that's kind of interesting.
He should hopefully be able to out-accelerate most of them. And we can't see quite all the boats yet, but we will stand up for this start. American Ethanol on the inside, Lightning Jacks in the middle. Then you have the Batman boat. Team Wicked Sensation is way behind, though. We're still in a yellow flag situation. There's the green flag. Rooster tails up. It's time to go racing, boys. Let's see who. Look at Team 227 on the outside. Shot out of a cannon for that start. But there goes American Ethanol up the inside. Remember, they will be maintaining their lane through turns 1 and 2 to the back straight, and then they can pretty much go where they need to go. Our second start is going to consist of the Super Stock, FJ Propeller and Java and Juice Cafe. Doug Wright versus Skater Battle.
And they are going to need to get that going pretty quickly because those other boats are going to get around this course very fast. All those boats are running are running over 100 miles an hour, so they will get through this 4-mile course quite quickly.
American Ethanol is already in and almost out of the corner. They are passing turn 2 right now, and headed back down the straightaway. Still don't see super stocks, although I do see a boat up on plane now. But remember, there is a third start after this with Class 3. So this is going to be really crowded here. They're going to have to get these starts off really quickly. I'm telling you, Team 227 is rolling on the outside of the St. Clair River.
Yeah, remember that boat you see in the lead is American Ethanol, and he is not in the same class as those other boats. So Team 27 is definitely rolling out on them.
Here comes the super stock start. FJ Propellers is going to be on the inside. Java Juice Cafe on the outside. A little bit of a breeze coming downwind now. These guys are going to have to think about that as they trim these boats. Now we have a green flag for the super stock race. FJ Propellers jumps out into the early lead. And so here comes the third and final start as Class 1 and Extreme go down into the corner. We just got the Super Vs up on plane. And remember, the Super Vs won't be able to see what's behind them, so it's going to be a little dicey here for a minute, I think.
Well, luckily Keith Holmes and Ed Smith in that American Ethanol boat. Yeah, you could see the American Ethanol coming up on the Super Vs right now. But Ed and Keith both have a lot of experience in that boat, so they'll know what to do and they'll get around those V boats.
Yeah, they'll push right to the outside. Here comes Strictly Business and What's Up. We do have a green flag and a start. It looks like Strictly Business jumped out to an early lead, but What's Up caught them quickly and passed.
And quite frankly, they're running for their lives because they know that American Ethanol boat is coming.
There goes the American Ethanol entry, Team 27. And the Bat boat, bad news for Lightning Jacks, though. Lightning Jacks slowing in the middle of the course, it looks like. Not slowing, but definitely not running at speed. And here comes Wicked Sensation.
All right, well, hopefully Lightning Jacks can get it figured out and get back up to speed. They do seem to be running a little bit slower, though.
Here's FJ Propeller coming down the back straightaway. They lead in super stock.
Opened up a big lead very quickly over Ryan Beckley in that Juice and Java boat. Those boats are fairly evenly matched too. There must have been something that went on up in the turn or something, because those boats are pretty well matched, and they are not speed regulated. So the boats are set up by by power and by weight. But other than that, they do not have to run those GPSs, so they are not speed limited.
All right, here comes Class 1 and Extreme in the back straight. American Ethanol leading Extreme. Team 27 still leading in Class 1. Elliott and Jay in the Batman boat had made a move and caught a lot of ground up turns through turns 3 and 4 at the bottom of this course. Meanwhile, still looking down at the storm, Ted, the storm is definitely growing. It doesn't appear to be coming this way right now, but it is definitely pushing up this way a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to get this one in.
Absolutely. There's your Team 27 boat running nice. And I got to say, the fact that he's not that far behind American Ethanol, being a Class 1 boat versus an Extreme boat, that's a pretty good accomplishment.
There goes FJ Propeller, leads in super stock. Gary Ballou and Ron Zolak on board. Another team that will head over to Michigan City next weekend. Here comes Juice and Java Cafe.
Ryan Beckley,
formerly known as Sticker Boy, or still known as Sticker Boy.
Still known as Sticker Boy.
Owns a company called Kinetic Animation down in Sarasota, Florida. A lot of the graphics on these race boats you see here today, Ryan had the pleasure of doing and designing and laying out. Here comes American Ethanol and Team 27. Ted, you might be right. American Ethanol could be pulled out of it just a little bit, although they don't look like they're pulled out of it there at all.
I don't believe they're going to allow one of those Class 1 boats to get in front of them, but anything's possible, I suppose.
And there goes the Bat boat in second. Elliott NJ. Now in Class 1, they were going to bracket these boats to 115 miles an hour. Look at this battle here, though. Look at What's Up and Strictly Business. Strictly Business was out in front. What's Up made some ground as they head past the middle ground marker buoy.
Mike, I can't tell you how many times we've watched races between those two, and they simply swapped leads on and off, on and off, on and off until the very end. Until really we get to this last lap for those guys, you never know. You absolutely never know who's going to win.
And we see Lightning Jacks go by. Unfortunately, just don't seem to be up to speed. Not sure what's going on. Making plenty of noise, but just doesn't seem to.
Motors just don't seem to have the sing to them, Mike.
Yeah. FJ Propellers leads going down the back straightaway in Superstock. Here comes Juice and Java Cafe in second. American Ethanol getting ready to lap them. And I can tell you right now, look at American Ethanol and Team 27. Now American Ethanol is starting to stretch your legs a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe they just want to warm up the motors a little bit before they really got into it, because they have definitely widened the lead considerably. Maybe they heard us talking. You think he's got?
Yeah, they might. They might.
Maybe he's watching the video in there.
That's
See what it looks like.
comfortable in there today. As he gets ready to lap the Superstock boat, we look at FJ Propeller coming out of the corner. This wind has picked up a little bit, blowing down this race course, and you can kind of see how the FJ Propeller is kind of riding up the wind a little bit more. These boats designed like the wing of an airplane to create lift and get as much of the boat out of the water as possible.
And that means for the throttleman, he's got to be trimming the boat properly as he comes around the turn, because he's got the wind on his tail as he comes down. But then as he makes that turn, the wind hits it and lifts the tunnel up more. You've got to be very careful with your trim.
Here comes American Ethanol crossing the start-finish line. This will complete lap number, we don't even have a lap sheet for them. Yeah, probably lap 3. There you go.
Boat sounds awesome.
Now they're starting to get it stretched out as we see Juice and Java Cafe come across the start-finish line.
And Ryan Beckley, we do have to apologize to you. We're sure you're probably going to watch this broadcast because of a clerical error. We are not exactly sure who's in the boat with you.
There goes Team 27 and the Bat boat. Not much has changed there. Batman boat, rather. Not much has changed there between first and second in Class 1. And Wicked Sensation. Boat looks good. Boat flying well.
Absolutely. He's got it nicely trimmed.
Yep. A little bit of a chine walk there, maybe from a crosswake. Nothing too bad.
Big boat. Settle down into this water. Actually, remember, Mike, and we see this with the cats a lot, as they start to get lighter, each cat has a different sort of a different mannerism, so that some of these, when they get lighter, will get a lot faster than the others.
Strictly Business and Was Up still deck to deck.
Trading places.
Louie and Johnny trying to run just the inside lane of that course, making it as short as they possibly can, but that also affects them in the corners because they cannot carry the speed. And those boats just don't have the acceleration out of the 525s that some of the bigger boats do, so they have to carry that speed into the corner.
Sort of 525s.
Here comes
Lightning Jacks.
Here comes Lightning Jacks. Starting to look better and better.
He is lifting the bow up a little bit more. I think maybe this wind coming down the course is helping him a little bit, because he's got a little bit lighter now.
And you'll know who I'm talking to if you're listening on the internet, and no, he did not. So don't worry about that. That's what I'm referring to. So there goes Team 27 and Batman boat into turns 3 and 4. Wicked Sensation you're looking at now. American Ethanol has gotten around FJ Propellers. Let's see if they spool that thing up a little bit more now. Oh, yeah. Definitely starting to stretch your legs out a little bit more. Here comes FJ Propeller, completing lap number 3. Extreme is running 12 laps. Superstock, 11 laps. Class 3 is running 11 laps, and Class 1 is running 12 laps.
Here comes Team 27 first. There's Team 227. And not too far behind is the Bat boat, Mike. They're hanging in there pretty solid.
I feel the Bat boat has made up a little bit of ground in that last lap. I'm not quite too sure why. Both MTI hulls, one I believe a little bit older than the other one, but MTI is always known for running very, very flat. Here comes Juice and Java Cafe, second place in Superstock. And then Class 3 is headed into turns 3 and 4. Strictly Business on the inside, was up on the outside.
Mike, it looks like Wicked Sensation is down.
Yep, look at that.
See the Class 3 boats passing right now?
Yep, that's the bottom end of the course, turn number 3 and 4. Hearing that they lost power, unclear of why. Not sure, and again, why? You know, I do believe this storm is something we're gonna have to start paying a little bit of attention to. I do believe it's getting a little bit closer as we go on. Those clouds are dropping, which means there's lots of energy over there. So we'll see what happens. Here comes Strictly Business, and what's up? Strictly Business continues to lead. Wonder if when What's Up starts to lighten up, they'll come to their setup just a little bit more, get a little bit more top end out of that boat.
Well, of course, Mike, they also have to worry about that GPS.
They do. They do.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think our camera crew is watching the storm also, maybe thinking about protecting equipment.
That's what they make garbage bags for.
Now, Team 27 pulled back away from the bat boat on the back straightaway. So, and here comes American Ethanol, going to come right through the screen. Oh, nope, we'll go to them. Thought they were going to run through the screen. And will undoubtedly, unless they break, be winners overall today of the St. Clair River Classic.
That boat looks really good in the water, Mike. Running fantastic, sounds really good. Changed up his program a little bit. He's running E85 in that boat.
And making pretty big power off of it.
Well, of course, he has
Sterling engines.
special engines and, you know, specially done engines specifically for that.
Here comes FJ Propeller and Team 27. Team 27 lapping FJ Propellers, and our spotter is saying there is a little bit more lightning coming down right across the river. So, again, something we will continue to watch. We've avoided it all weekend. We thought it was going to happen yesterday. Avoided again today. There go Elliott and Jay up the.
Yeah, Mike, I'm hearing something with that with one of the engines on that boat. It looks like he may be coming down a little bit. We're going to have to keep an eye on that Batman boat because I don't think something didn't sound right when he went by this last time.
On the back straightaway, Was Up had gotten around Strictly Business in turns 1 and 2, but Strictly Business seems to have a bit taller of a prop, and they're able to pull that speed on these long straightaways.
S111, Juice and Java coming by our camera right now. Ryan, unfortunately, apparently just doesn't have the speed on Gary Blue today. Of course, as we all know, most people don't have the speed on Gary Blue. That's why he's so successful.
Gary Blue is a very tough man to catch. American Ethanol goes down to turns 3 and 4. Look at the battle. Strictly Business on the inside. Was Up on the outside. Let's see how tight they square this corner up. Was Up slides way wide. Strictly Business tries to square it up, get some acceleration out of it. You can see the rooster tails come up. That's Was Up way to the outside. Again, they're just trying to carry as much speed as they can into those corners. They should be deck to deck, and they'll actually pull each other. They'll pull back towards each other as they head up towards the middle ground marker across the start-finish line. That Was Up, got around him, got just about a boat length on him. Now out to about a rooster tail. Maybe Louie and Johnny just tried just a little too hard, you know, in that corner and scrubbed off a bit too much speed.
Yep.
Ted, I think you're right about the Batman boat. Very, very slow on the back straightaway.
Yeah, I believe he might be having some problems. His wash doesn't look correct, and so we'll have to see what happens with that. That's the problem with these high-powered boats, Mike. They've got so much power and they're so fast, but unfortunately they can be kind of fragile sometimes.
And indeed they can. I know the Batman boat is running the 850 Mercury package.
Here's Team 227 running very well.
I think it's Team 27.
Yeah, you keep telling it 227. I came to you, and now you're come back to me. So
there
Team
goes
27.
John Jackman, Chip Miller on board. I know that Chip Miller will be participating in the Lake of the Ozarks shootout here in the coming month.
Now look at the trim on the bat boat. I don't know, Mike. It just doesn't look right to me. Oh, there it is. It's popping.
Yep. Very hard to hear that boat. That the exhaust actually comes out under the transom of that boat. It tends to be kind of deceiving because it can be very quiet under there. Although we know from having a pleasure boat like that, it makes it very pleasant for docking and maneuvering experiences.
True that.
There's Juice and Java Cafe, Strictly Business and Was Up. This is going to be the race of the day. Again, Strictly Business able to stretch it out on the back straight just a little bit more than Was Up. Thought maybe that they would be able to get in, that Was Up would come into their setup just a little bit, maybe beginning to lighten up. Getting word that boat number 179, Wicked Sensation, is on one engine. That'll be fun with a surface drive boat.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I think I'd just turn them off and get towed in if it was me.
There is no sea tow here, so it's not like it's a
Yeah, well, there's that.
an expense or anything.
Actually, it's fantastic because they're volunteer boats here. Those guys are always willing to lend a hand. They'll pick up that boat very quickly and tow it in if that's what's necessary.
You see American Ethanol go through your screen, and then Strictly Business and Was Up. From what I could see in that shot, I think Strictly Business went a lot wider through that corner, trying to carry that speed up. Didn't want to lose the ground to Was Up like they had in the past. On the past laps, rather. There goes American Ethanol.
Now, I know that Smitty was helping Louis out with some props to try and get Louis a little bit more speed. Apparently there was, and we're not seeing, where's Was Up?
Oh, that's a good question. Not really sure. They're way back there now.
Oh, yeah. Apparently Smitty helped Louis get too much speed because it looks like he's starting to walk on him a little bit.
Well, I can tell you by watching that Was Up boat for as long as I have, that they're just not turning the RPMs now. Not sure what's going on with it.
Yeah, it almost sounds like they might have a little miss or something.
Here comes Team 2-7 continuing to lead in Class 1, uncontested. I don't think I saw the bat boat go down the back straightaway, but I really wasn't looking. Here comes FJ Propeller, has led in Super Stock since the start. Remember, this is not a bracketed class. They will have to meet a certain weight criteria and do some tech inspection when the race is over, but pretty much guaranteed that if Gary Ballou wins, then Gary Ballou's going to win. But remember, you have to finish to win it. Here comes the bat boat. They are not a Batman boat. They are not out of it yet.
Noticeable miss to the motor, Mike.
Yeah. Got a pretty good pop going on there as they come down.
Now Lightning Jacks is still in it. They're still running. They don't seem to be able to get the kind of speed that they want to be able to catch those guys, but for whatever reason, they're keeping it running.
Well, Lightning Jacks needs to keep it running because if the Batman boat breaks, Wicked Sensation is out. That's going to put Lightning Jacks into second place. If Team 2-7 breaks out of their speed bracket, Lightning Jacks can win.
True.
This is all if the Batman boat doesn't finish because of their mechanical error.
Well, and it's also likely because now Lightning Jacks is back and tends to run with this group that they're maybe looking for national points too for the end of the season.
That is very true. Strictly Business leads in Class 3 over Was Up. Was Up has lost a tremendous amount of ground on this back straightaway. Here comes American Ethanol through the bottom end of the corner.
Still running pretty light on that boat, Mike. They're still keeping the speed up. I mean, for running unopposed, they are absolutely still thrashing right on the boat.
Let's see how they do spooling up some speed. I believe this is going to be the halfway point for Class 1 and for Extreme. A little more speed to it there, I would say.
Yeah, they're definitely letting it. It was light coming across those little whoop-de-doos out of the end of the Pine River there. So that's. Now here we have once again. It looks like Strictly Business pulled tight into that turn, and Was Up is going wide to try and keep his speed up. Didn't seem to work the last time, but this time it looks like it's working pretty good for him.
Not sure what's going to go on. We might have to get a report on this, but as I check Facebook, I see a picture of Mike Ogden, throttle man for the Weehall Boats entry, appears to be in the hospital with a neck brace. If anybody could reach out with information on what's going on with Mike, we hope he's all right. One of the pranksters in OPA, we could call him, I guess. There goes Team 2-7. pretty much all got this locked up unless they break out of their speed bracket in this.
Much harder probably to break out of that 105-mile-an-hour speed bracket than it is some of the ones down around the 70s, eh, Mike?
Yeah, I would say. Well, they're running Class 1. They're 115.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And there goes FJ Propellers leading in super stock. They just completed lap number 7, so they are well over the halfway point. The Batman boat keeping it together, though.
Does not sound good, though. One thing about those super stock boats, with those outboards on them, they tend to be very, very reliable. They finish a lot more races than they don't. And,
they do. And
those guys racing them, they are serious about their craft.
And now that I think about it, I don't think Gary Ballou's been over there to do the XCAT Series because the XCAT Series just went to the 400R ROS Mercury Racing engine. So I know that was a pretty big monetary investment for those teams overseas.
Absolutely.
Here comes Lightning Jacks.
And they may just be figuring that they're going to run this race their way and hope those other guys got caught up in the moment.
Yep.
And broke out of that speed bracket.
Now Strictly Business was up, caught back up to Strictly Business on the back straightaway. But I think Smitty and Anthony are just propped a little short. I just don't think that they have the speed they need to be able to keep up with.
Well, that noise we heard coming from them, they may have been on the rev limiter. Now they're getting light. They may be hitting the rev limiter.
Yeah. Quite possibly could be it.
Most of these boat engines have rev limiters on them to make sure that the boat, as it flies through the air, can't over rev the engine, start breaking parts. But it also will stop you from going too fast, because if you run out of propeller, then you're going to start banging on that rev limiter.
I have a rev limiter. It's called my wife.
Yes, well, most of us do.
I don't think she heard that, though. Probably better that she didn't.
Probably not.
There is Was Up coming through turns 3 and 4, out disappearing behind the trees.
That's an interesting look.
They'll pop back into here shortly. And then American Ethanol is getting ready to pass Lightning Jacks on the top end of the course, turns 1 and 2. Strictly Business is doing something, though, because they come out of that bottom turn and they pull away from What's Up.
See, and to me, What's Up sounds better now, so I don't know.
It does.
Maybe they had a little bit of a glitch or whatever, and possibly a spark box or something.
Team 27 goes by. They continue to lead in Class 2 as we take a look at American Ethanol, who is on the Canadian side just going past the start-finish line. I think we'll have about 3 laps left for the Class 1 Extreme bracket in today's racing. Don't forget OPARacing.org. You can follow all of your favorite racers. Keep up with points. Sign up for the OPA Junior Racer League. I don't think that's the official title for it, but honestly, I don't remember the official title
Kids
for
Club,
it.
I think, Mike.
I think it was Kids Club.
OPA Kids Club.
Ted, I know we have some great sponsors that we need to thank today that have allowed us to be in the position that we're in.
Yeah, I'd really like to talk about Riverbend Marina again. Ed and Julie over there have helped out everybody, and they have definitely helped this broadcast and contributed to it. Julie took on the fundraising for it and is part of the reason that we're out here today. Henry H. Smith Company here in St. Clair, really appreciate it. Bill McDonald Ford, who has always been a great sponsor of this race, and Foster Blue Water Oil. Great sponsors here in St. Clair. All of these places obviously are doing it to promote their town and to promote this race and bring people to this wonderful place here on the St. Clair River.
And there goes American Ethanol. Right now, they're out for a Sunday joyride.
So this seems to be a theme, Mike. We were in Key West, and there were thunderstorms out in the distance, and I saw lightning behind all the boats, and all the photographers got really cool shots. We haven't seen a water spout yet, so that's interesting. But today, it looks like some of the photographers could get a pretty good shot of lightning boats, maybe Lightning Jackson.
Probably some pretty good color over there with the dark in the background and the light. Here comes Juice and Java Cafe, second place in Super Stock. And they appear to have 2 laps left.
Those boats are so quiet.
They are, but they make a sweet, the sound they do make is a sweet sound. Love that outboard sound.
Now in Class 3, you still have Was Up and Strictly Business virtually on top of each other. So Louis has not been able to pull away. He he seemed to pull out away, and then all of a sudden, Was Up comes back up on him.
And we're looking at Strictly Business. Uh-oh.
Whoa. And I spoke too soon.
I think Was Up may be, or Strictly Business rather, may be turning in. We are getting word from our spotter that there is something wrong with Strictly Business and they may be heading to the pits.
Looks like he's running on one engine, Mike. He's trying to keep his speed up. Looks like he's got one tail coming out. Yep, he's turning into the Pine River.
The issue with those fountains is drives. It's the notorious culprit of issues with those boats. Unfortunately, Louie and Johnny ran a great race to start, just were unable to keep it together, it appears. Here's the Batman boat. Maybe the Batman boat's just in Guardian mode.
It definitely sounds funny, but yeah, it could very well be. Could very well be. A lot of these boats now have mercury fuel injection on them or other types of fuel injection. If they see anything wrong with the with any of the engine sensors, they put them into Guardian mode. And unless you can actually shut off and shut down, you're going to be running around with a speed limited. So, American Ethanol putting on a great show. Sounds good, running great.
We are on Extreme's last lap now. Want to thank the CTV crew for all their wonderful support today. You guys have done a fantastic job. Buy yourself some tequila later.
Well, except for all the students.
Oh,
that
right.
would be
That's
bad.
high school students, yeah.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe Paul will take them out for a coney or something. We really do have a fantastic production crew here. They're a pleasure to work with, and they work really hard to make this happen. They have improved this every year we've been here, and it's just fantastic. Some of the stuff they do, it's amazing the kind of work that they can get done here.
And what we'd like to do after the broadcast is, I know that we have a clip recorded yesterday with one of the most important people at this race site. His name is Bob Courier. He is the director of race control. He basically oversees the entire operation. And our pit team was able to catch up with him yesterday. So what we'll do is we'll stay live all the way through the end of the race. And at the end of the race, we'd please show some respect to Bob and watch his clip. Bob is a fantastic guy. He's a great friend. Deserves a ton of credit because he goes through a lot with this race and deserves every bit of the respect that he gets. And all the Blue Water Offshore staff does. They do such a phenomenal job at this race. Been coming to it for many years, known these guys. They've all become very actually close personal friends, talk on a very regular basis. So here comes Team 2-7 lapping around Was Up.
Mike, some of these guys with Blue Water have been doing this for 22 years.
It's been a pretty long time. There goes What's Up. Remember, Strictly Business dropped out of competition with some sort of mechanical problem. Spotters have not told us what it is yet. There is S19 FJ Propeller. I believe they're on their last lap also.
211, the Batman boat going by us.
It's in Guardian mode. If it wasn't in Guardian mode and popped that bad, it wouldn't have kept running this long. And there goes American Ethanol. Checkered flag for American Ethanol. They will be your winners overall today and in the extreme class.
And they're going to take a victory lap or whatever.
I figured they'd give us a good flyby.
Yeah, I'm almost a little worried about that.
And there goes Lightning Jacks down the back straightaway. And they are third place in Class 1.
Now, they have not been able to come around Bat Boat yet, have they?
No, not yet. But Team 2-7 looks like if there was a little more time in this race, I think Team 2-7 would have lapped them, but very hard to tell. Looking out over to the right, though, this storm does look to be approaching, and it looks to be something built back bound behind it. So we're going to have to keep our eye on it, see what it does.
Which really makes no sense because the wind looks like it's blowing directly towards it, but the storm does seem like it wants to try and work its way up here. There's Team 2-7, unofficially your leader in Class 1. His only problem now is that if in the heat of the beginning of the race, when everything was going so well, if he got out in front and then broke out on his speed bracket, then he could have some issues. So we're gonna have to check that GPS. Obviously, Frank will get down there and check him out for the GPS.
And Lightning Jacks could be thinking the same thing. You know, they may not be 100%. And
absolutely, because really Lightning Jacks saw the bat boat and Team 27 head out there hard and fast.
Right.
And might have thought that both those guys got caught up in the moment, and there you go.
And I can see American Ethanol in the middle of the course, so we know that they're done. There goes Juice and Java Cafe. I did see I don't think the checkered flag was waving for them. I could be wrong in saying so.
Well, we should have FJ be the first one to get waved in on Superstock.
So this is Team 27. They take the unofficial win
flag
in Class 1. We should see the bat boat come around momentarily. Here comes Was Up. I do not see the checkered flag for Class 3 yet. They buzz the pier a little bit, buzz the seawall here. Here comes Batman boat. They will come across unofficially in second. There goes FJ Propeller. That's just such a good-looking running boat, that Doug Wright. That boat is so cool.
Yeah, Doug Wright has done a great job. All those boats. And the thing about it is he didn't rest on his laurels. He keeps making those boats better and better.
So Lightning Jacks down the back straightaway. Looks like they have Juice and Java Cafe. This should be concluding just about every lap here. There you see Team 27 in the mill area. They are done. American Ethanol also in the mill area.
Which is phenomenal because it looks like we're going to get this whole race done before any of this weather shuts us down.
It's knocking on the door, I would say.
I think the only thing they'd be worried about really would be the lightning and with the helicopter up in the air. Otherwise, but that's all up to the Coast Guard. They have the final say on this.
Yeah, race control obviously monitoring the situation closely. But we were able to get these races off without incident for the most part. Everybody stayed up and dry today, which is always a good thing.
Appreciate the opportunity to come here to beautiful St. Clair, Michigan every year and broadcast this race and see the town and have fun at the various establishments.
So remember, we will stay live with this race until the end, and then we will tune into our race control segment. Once the race control segment's over, then we will sign off from St. Clair, Michigan for the 2016 St. Clair River Classic. There you take a look at Was Up. Ed and Anthony Smith now just on cruise control. They've got nothing to prove at this point. I believe this will be their last lap, so they will probably pull in after this. Here comes Lightning Jacks. They should see the checkered flag fly here. Chief Score D Ungarden on the back of the start-finish boat, although I do not see a checkered flag yet for Lightning Jacks. And I don't see it now. And I don't see it for Juice and Java Cafe. I don't think those boats went those many laps down, but
their counting is not as good as our counting, apparently, Mike.
Well, we're mathematicians. I mean, you know, we have doctorate's degrees in math, so you know.
Absolutely.
It's amazing I can get that with only being able to count on my hands and my toes up to 20.
It's multiples, Mike. It's
But
all about the multiples.
So we do have a checkered flag up now. I think this will be for the bat boat, although I think he was done last time. And here he comes right along the seawall. Going to give the fans a little show of that beautiful paint job. And Was Up pulls to the inside of the course. This will conclude their day, and this should conclude FJ Propeller's day also, your winner in Superstock.
All right. That would be, well, basically, officially, we have FJ Propeller as the winner of Superstock.
Yep.
We should have Was Up, the winner of Class 3. Team 27, the winner of Class 1. And the Extreme class, picking up his checkered flag right now, would be American Ethanol can do.
Well, if we could, let's go to the race control clip now, and then by the time that's over, hopefully we'll have some time to see these boats come down with their checkered flags along the seawall.
Hey, this is Gene Boyd with Bob Courier today. Bob, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Gene, I'm the race control director, and my primary responsibility is to manage all of the waterside safety of the event. I also coordinate with the U.S. and Canadian federal and local government agencies that we must get permits from to actually put this event on.
Oh my gosh, so you're a very, very busy man. So tell us a little bit about what happens when a freighter comes by.
One of the main things within our permit from both the United States Coast Guard and Transport Canada is we cannot have active racing taking place when a commercial freighter comes through the area.
Okay.
So if our race boats are out there, we're required to go under caution until the freighter clears.
Okay, so how often do freighters come by here?
Well, it depends. One of the things that we do, and technology is a wonderful thing, there's three ways that we keep track of the commercial traffic.
Okay.
There's a center in Sarnia, Ontario called Sarnia Traffic, and they basically are the air traffic control of the waterways, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
They manage all of the commercial traffic, and I have contact with them by radio directly or by telephone.
Right here on this board, right?
Right here on this board. The other thing, and while you guys were waiting to do this, I was just finishing up completing my log. I actually keep an old-fashioned pen and paper log that tells me where the freighters are, and I can plot about when they will be here. And in a few minutes, when I get finished setting up, I've got a laptop computer that has access to the secure GPS tracking system, so we can see where they are real time.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. So ever since I've lived here, I've been going to the boat races every single year, and it's an absolutely fantastic event. But how long have you been doing this here?
This is the 22nd year for the St. Clair River Classic, and this is my 22nd year.
I'm 23 years old, so you've been doing it for almost as long as I've been alive. That is incredible. Thank you so much for the interview, Bob. It was absolutely fantastic having you.
Have a great day. Enjoy some great boat racing.
Will do. Talk to you later.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
All right, we appreciate that little interview with Bob. Bob is a great guy. He has worked a long time on this race. He works, all the Blue Water Offshore people work very hard to make sure this race happens every year. And quite frankly, Mike, you know as well as I do that it's not just a thing to do today. It's something that's going to really start tomorrow to get ready for next year.
Or maybe Tuesday, depending how much you party tonight. But yeah, it's a year-long process to do this. Takes about 15, 20 people, and a lot of coordination, a lot of effort. Unfortunately, a lot of sleepless nights too, to be able to pull off such an event. But a well-executed event, again, as always, can never complain about anything here in St. Clair. So thanks to everybody that's listened. We'll watch these boats come down on their parades as everybody's just getting their checkered flags. I know American Ethanol has one, and I'm sure since they didn't get to do it in the Cleveland construction boat that they'll do it in the American Ethanol boat.
FJ Propeller is picking up their checkered flag. We're going to have all of the winners. They'll probably come down and do a little run by. We also should keep an eye out here on that helicopter, because oftentimes the divers in the helicopter who have been sitting up there sweating the whole time will do a little show for us and show us what happens if something goes horribly, horribly wrong. It's much nicer to see that when things have concluded and everybody is safe. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that helicopter and see if they don't give us a little show. All the boats will move north on the river and then come back down along the boardwalk. Just a little thank you to all the fans. There's probably, I don't know, what do you think, Mike, 20,000 people out here?
Oh, yeah.
Boardwalk was very full. That's the awesome thing about that is always the awesome thing about St. Clair. They support this race, and they love coming out to see it.
Yep. American Ethanol going to come over to the wall. We see Java Juice and Java Cafe, rather, come down the seawall also. Thanks to Ryan Beckley for making the trip. I don't know if they'll do the dive or not, given the weather.
Yeah, they may not. I mean, we'll just sort of have to keep an eye on that. Quite frankly, looking at that shot we saw of the helicopter, it's nasty looking back there.
All right. Spotter number 2 has confirmed they will do a show dive, so to speak. So we will zoom in on that. Nice plug for Dasani Water if you guys want to sponsor the race. Dasani
Yeah,
Water.
oh yeah,
Always the
there
best.
you go. Okay, yep.
Close that window.
Yeah.
So American Ethanol now just up at the top of the course, getting ready to come back down the course.
All right.
And the rest of the teams look to have their checkered flags as they'll move over towards the seawall.
What's going to happen is if they're going to do a demonstration dive, they're going to pull that helicopter right over in front of the crowd. So after these boats have done their parade lap coming down the boardwalk here with their checkered flags, then we should be able to see the helicopter move over towards the crowd also. So we can probably watch the parade lap with these guys in their checkered flags, and then the helicopter will come right over into view in front of the crowd and do a driver extraction for them.
And here comes American Ethanol, not at speed, just idling down, kind of doing a slow drift. Not quite shooting the big rooster tails yet. Helicopter hovering above, waiting for these guys to do their the victory parade lap.
See if we can get a look over here. We're having a little camera issue in front of us, Mike. We're going to try and get a camera on these boats, see if we can get them coming down on their little victory parade. Well earned, I should say. They've all been out here fighting it hard, and they've made it through to the end. They've got their checkered flag, and
there we go. There's the American Ethanol entry.
And you can see in the background there are thousands of people here watching this race. They really come out for this one.
That's a big weekend here in town. It's always a good celebration, always a good time.
Looks like he could drive a car in between the sponsons on that boat.
Yeah, it's a wide girl, so to speak. Ed Smith, Keith Holmes, local base team here in Michigan.
Keith with CK Motorsports. Ed Smith, of course, with Riverbrand Marina, one of our sponsors. We really appreciate it.
There they are. Congratulations, guys. Giving the good old number 1 sign. Still got a pretty sweet smell from the...
That's the ethanol,
yeah.
baby. Got that boat running on E85. Oddly enough, you can make a lot of power on E85 if you build the motors correctly for it.
And they do have Sterling power in the American Ethanol entry. Definitely don't have to say that too fast. There goes our helicopter.
Well, I know that Mike DeAnnabelle over there at Sterling has been a proponent of the ethanol-based motors also.
Yep, and I know he was around earlier. I saw him yesterday in the pits. I'm sure he's still here today.
Probably consulting a little bit when you have an important customer like that.
Mm-hmm. He's probably got some. Probably got a lot of customers in this area up here, I would imagine.
Yeah. There's Team 27 bringing their checkered flag down. Deserve every bit of that. They ran nice today. They never seemed to get out of shape. Ran solid.
The bat boat is right behind them.
Yeah, even if you don't win, it's nice the fact that the teams will come down here in front of all the spectators and give them a wave. The kids get a real big, kick out of it. These boats are very impressive.
A couple Frank McComas engines there in Team 27. And there is Elliott Gray and Jay Muller. And the bat boat entry, as Ted said, always a crowd favorite.
Unbelievable paint on that boat. Unbelievable. FJ propellers. And was up. Doing a little tandem there.
Yep. Have to thank Gary Ballou again for making the trip.
Yeah, it's something else when these boats come all the way up from Florida. It's really nice of them to do that. But these guys do it because they love racing, man. You give them a place to put a boat on the water, and they're going to be here for us.
There goes Bob Costa in his 38 Scarab. They will turn back into the Pine River. And here is FJ Propeller, Ron Zolak, and Gary Ballou on board. Ron filling in this weekend.
All right, so once we clear these boats out of here and they head for the Pine River, we should see the helicopter come in around in front of the spectators. And they'll give us their little show. Those divers have been in there sweating all day long.
Here are Ed and Anthony Smith. What's up?
Ed, of course, put in double duty today as one of our broadcast professionals.
Yep, always nice having him, having his professional input and opinion. And now we'll go to the helicopter and see if we get some sort of a dive action out of this thing.
Yeah, they keep threatening. We'll see what happens. Just so everybody out there knows, what happens is that we have professionally trained divers up in that helicopter. Now, it's really the last thing you want to do. But if a boat or their drivers are in trouble, and one of our other med boats can't get there quickly enough, then the divers will actually deploy out of the helicopter. They have all been trained as to how the boat is designed. They're trained as to where the escape hatches are and things like that. And they will actually come down, hover over the boat, and actually deploy divers. And that's what you're going to see right now if we can get on that helicopter.
Got some trespassers here in our broadcasting area.
Yes, I see that.
That Broadco team, just can't quite trust them. Missed those guys out in the race course, though. Hope to see him back. All right.
Absolutely.
All eyes on the helicopter. He will get considerably lower before he jumps.
Yeah, I hope to God he does, because those divers aren't really designed to fall that far.
And they will be doing this in full gear, full tank, mask, respirator, everything. As the Cleveland Construction Support Boat pulls up, they will probably extract the driver once it's complete. And there he goes, dropping down.
Here we go. Somebody's kissing the Buddha.
And he's out on the wing. And he's out.
And there we go.
He'll tap his head, signaling that he is okay. And then he will head over to the, grab a couple
and there
of
goes
those.
the other one.
So he will swim over to the Cleveland Construction boat, and then that will be the end of it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can officially conclude our broadcast of the 2016 St. Clair River Classic. Ted, one more time with our sponsors before we go home.
All right, we want to thank LaCroix's Riverside Pub, Murphy Inn, Buer Lumber, Pepper Joe's River Bend Marina, Henry H. Smith Company, Bill McDonald Ford, Foster Blue Water Oil, and we would definitely like to thank CTV Community TV 6 here in St. Clair, and Mike Laporte from the Voyager. We haven't mentioned the Voyager much today, but it is our headquarters, and we absolutely appreciate everything they do for us here for this broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for the 2016 St. Clair River Classic. I'm Ted Ginnity, that's Mike Yawoski, and we are out of here.